Finn turns and runs in. Quite a long run up, 30 yards I'd say. Right arm fast medium. No shot again from Carberry, who lets the ball go through to the keeper. The other bowlers we've seen today for Middlesex have been Toby Rowland-Jones, who has got aspirations to play international cricket. He opened the bowling from the northern end. James Harris, the Welsh bowler who's played for England A, came on as first change. Then Neil Dexter took the wicket, and we had 1 over from Ollie Rayner, the off-spinner. Finn bowls again, and Carberry solidly behind this ball plays it into the offside, not very far. Such was the solidity of his shot. Middlesex, quite an attacking field here. The ball is 30 overs old, but there are 3 slips and a gully, so they're still trying to take wickets. Because they won't be terribly happy about only having taken 1 wicket in the morning's session. Finn bowls again. No shot from Carberry. Although Middlesex have only taken 1 wicket, it must be admitted that they were quite unlucky early on, where particularly Liam Dawson found the bowling of Steve Finn very taxing. But he managed to get through that, and there was some irony in the fact that he was then dismissed by the 4th bowler used, who's the slowest of the 4 seam bowlers. Finn bowls again, and again no shot from Carberry outside the off stump. Finn's line not quite right yet this afternoon. The sun's broken through again. It was a lovely sunny morning, and then it clouded over a bit. There's quite a lot of cloud in the sky, and it is quite low, but it's not too dark, and there are gaps in between the clouds. Finn runs in again. Very tall man, right arm fast medium, and this is driven by Carberry. Takes a thick outside edge to gully all along the ground there, no danger, and it's fielded, not cleanly, but no run scored. It's the end of the first over of the afternoon. That's a maiden over. Fielders changing over quite quickly. They were at one time showing -2 on the over rate on the scoreboard. That's improved slightly to -1. They bowled 30 overs before lunch, which is 2 fewer than they should have done. Each session of the day should contain 32 overs, making up the 96. And it is Harris bowling from the northern end. First ball comes round the wicket to Adams. No shot, and the ball goes through to Simpson. Not such an attacking field for Harris. Didn't bowl particularly well this morning. Only bowled 3 overs, and there were too many extras off him. I think he went for 21. If I remember rightly. He's coming round the wicket to Adams again. And this is outside the off stump. No shot from the Hampshire captain. Harris played originally for Glamorgan, but set off on a journey to London where the streets weren't quite paved with gold for him, and he's had a couple of poor seasons, but I think mixed in with plenty of injuries, but this season he's done a lot better. He bowls again. Again it's outside the off stump, and again Adams doesn't need to play a shot, which he'll be quite pleased about at the moment, because they've just had a 40-minute break for lunch, and the batsmen have got to play themselves in again. And if Middlesex are going to bowl just outside the off stump at them, that actually helps them to do that. Harris in again. And Adams drives, but The ball lost a lot of pace there. He hit it hard into the ground and it bounced up about chest high, and quite easy for mid-off to go to his right to field. So no run. Harris, right arm fast medium, bowls again. And it's a bit shorter, but left alone by Adams outside the off stump. No shot, no run. We've got Ian Gould umpiring here today at square leg, who we haven't seen here in a county game for some time, I think. He's certainly umpired international matches over the last 2 or 3 years here. But it's good to see him. Harris round the wicket again. And Adams drives. It's a lovely shot there. Between the bowler and mid-on for 4.
Brings up Hampshire's 100, I think, if I'm right there, John, doesn't it?
That's
yes,
right,
101
Ken.
Goes up. The crowd will see that in a moment, and the applause should build up again, although it hasn't done so.
The only ball in the over, I think, that Adams possibly had to play that one, strangely enough.
He's actually been very sensible in this innings, hasn't he? He's not misjudged the ball at all. He's left those that needed leaving and those that needed hitting. He's pretty much middled all the time, and that's probably the easiest way of getting him out, by saying how well he's been doing.
Yes, it worked for Liam Dawson, I think, didn't it? Finn continuing from the pavilion end. Lopes in, very tall man. And Carberry has nothing to do with this ball outside the off stump. Carberry has been in for quite a long time now for 2 not out. He's certainly not taken any risks at all.
He faced 23 balls before he scored, and in his career that may be the longest time, or the greatest number of balls he's been in without getting a run.
I'll say the only time he may have challenged that, Ken, was when he played the 5 test matches in Australia. And that one is pushed square on the offside by Carberry, no run.
I mean, joking apart, he played pretty well, I think, but that was the toughest bowling, I'm sure, that he's probably ever faced. One of these days, perhaps we can get him up here and have a chat to him, but it must have taken him a long time to get over the shock of being in the test team for the first time, or wasn't the first time, but to have a run for the first time in his career and have that bowling against him and have colleagues around him that were falling as fast as he was.
That's right, here's Finn again. And this is also pushed square on the offside by Carberry. Yes, I was remembering that this morning, actually, Ken, when Finn bowled round the wicket to him, because that's what the Australians did, didn't they? Harris
tied him up.
I think
tied him up.
And they, the commentators were all saying that he had a weakness against right arm round the wicket bowling, and I expected there to be more of it when he came back, but it didn't really seem to happen, did it? Here's Finn again. And Carberry solidly behind this one, pushes it back to the bowler.
They've certainly batted with great determination today, Hampshire. One gets a feeling that since the last Yorkshire match, there's only been a couple of days, in fact 1 day spare really, that's Saturday, and one almost feels that they were in having a few lectures about what we need to do quickly and have a different attitude into the next 4-day match.
Here's Finn again, round the wicket this time. And Simpson stops the ball. They don't get a run in the end. He didn't stop it cleanly, diving to his right, but there was possibly a bye they could have got, but it was deemed too risky. Yes, they lost by just over 300 up in Leeds, Ken, I think, and maybe they were told a few home truths afterwards about what was required.
They needed a tactic, rather like the Aston Villa manager after the last match in football.
And this Ball is driven by Carberry just to the left of cover point to fields it comfortably. It's the end of the over, 101 for 1. Adams is 38 and Carberry still on 2. There's another maiden from Steve Finn. I remember, Ken, when I was in Brisbane in the autumn of 2010, I saw Finn play in the first test of that series, which we eventually won. And before they come out, I was there with my one of my nephews who lives in Brisbane, and I said, "You won't believe how big Finn is," and he didn't.
That's a good point, because he's a Tremlett style, isn't he?
He is a very big man, isn't he? Harris bowls that first ball of the over round the wicket to Adams, who plays it straight to mid-wicket.
I was saying next door that it's a pity that in the days that we are in now of modern technology, we can't have speed cameras on all county matches, because we only see what happens in tests, and you get to know what the bowling speed is of some of the players. But matches like this, we've seen a couple of people this season who bowl really quick.
Is Harris again. Outside the off stump, no shot from Adams. Yeah, particularly Friday night, Ken, when we had Fidel Edwards and Sean Tate both.
I mean,
operating.
they were two of the fastest bowlers, and if 90 miles an hour is the target really that you want to reach to be fast, you felt that some of those balls that they were bowling were that fast, but you had no means of knowing with any degree of certainty, as you would have done had it been a test match in this country.
That's true. Here comes Harris, also running in about 30 yards, and Adams plays this one gently into the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket. Yeah, I often over the years have felt envious of first-class cricketers, Ken, but on Friday night when Sean Irvine ducked under that beamer from Tate, I didn't feel in the least bit envious.
I mean, that was one of the most dangerous balls, if not the most dangerous, that I've ever witnessed first-hand, so to speak, because under lights and a bowler of that speed, my goodness me.
Here's Harris again, and outside the off stump, no shot from Adams. Yes, he did apologise instantly, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it was certainly not meant to be. Well, a beamer would be something that you'd be suspended for if you'd bowled it deliberately. It's a no-no. More than the equivalent of a single red card, I think, in football. It'd be a long suspension.
Harris again. And outside the off stump there, no shot from Jimmy Adams. Yes, I suppose that if you're a bowler like Sean Tate, that's always likely to happen, isn't it? He's a very slingy bowler. He's not rhythmic at all, is he?
True, that is true.
And it's all power, isn't he? He's a muscular bowler.
Although I never faced a ball that was a beamer in club cricket, and I faced plenty of balls, and it makes me wonder why should first-class bowlers bowl one occasionally?
And this is outside the off stump. Simpson has to dive to his left to take the ball. Some evidence of some movement there, but no shot from Adams. It's the end of the over, a maiden. So still 101 for 1. I did get a beamer bowled at me one time, Ken, when I was the wrong side of 50. It was at Compton, not Compton and Shawford, but the one up Petersfield way. And I ended up lying on my back. The ball went down to the boundary, and my partner was trying to call me for a run. And the bowler never apologised.
And you think it was deliberate or not?
I don't think it was deliberate, but he should still have apologised, shouldn't he?
He should have done. Of course he should.
Finn bowling round the wicket now to Carberry, who plays defensively, and Finn just runs up to the ball to make sure Carberry can't run, and allows one of the fielders to pick the ball up for him, which is a good idea because Finn is a long way from the ground height wise. I think he's 6'7". In he comes again, and no shot now from Carberry. So the ball passes the off stump. Umpire Ian Gould wandering around at the crease there. I think it always strikes me as a very sociable character who likes to talk to the players and definitely has a sense of humour. Finn again. And Carberry hurried here. They go for a run, they make it. Finn throws the ball backhanded at the wicketkeeper stumps, makes no contact. Jimmy Adams got in. There's no signal from the umpire. It looked like it hit Carberry just on the pad, but he must have got an edge because his score has moved on to 3. So the batsmen have changed ends now for the first time since lunch. We've only had 5 runs, a boundary from Jimmy Adams and that single there from Michael Carberry. 2 slips and a gully now as Finn bowls round the wicket to Jimmy Adams, the left-hander. And this hits him on the front pad quite high up and bounces over to gully. Mentioned Ian Gould there, the other umpire, also one of our foremost practitioners of the arts. It's Rob Bailey, former Northamptonshire and England cricketer. Finn round the wicket to Adams, who drives the ball back to the bowler, who dives and stops the ball and rolls over a couple of times. A terrific piece of athleticism for a man of 6'7" there. Steve Finn always feels a very popular cricketer who wears his heart on his sleeve, always gives 100%. Here he comes again, and this is pushed into the leg side by Jimmy Adams. Very full delivery, fielded by Toby Rowland-Jones. No run there. It's the end of the over, just a single from it. And wicketkeeper Simpson rushes up to talk to Steve Finn before he disappears towards the boundary and his fielding position. Harris is going to continue from the northern end. And he's going to continue bowling round the wicket, as he has done ever since the afternoon session began. Here he comes now. No shot from Carberry as the ball goes past the off stump. One of the truisms about cricket is that the higher the standard you play, the more important leaving the ball is. And it's looking true at the moment. Harris again. And this is guided by Carberry. It's a short ball into the gully. No danger of being caught there. There's no third man, so had he managed to get it wide of gully, it would have gone for 4. Sun being obscured by clouds at the moment. Harris bowls. Outside the off stump, no shot from Carberry. It's the sort of day where you definitely would need a jumper on to watch the cricket, unless you're maybe from Sunderland or Newcastle. You can't sit out in shirt sleeves yet. In runs Harris. And Carberry flicks it down to long leg for a single. Finn does the fielding. And Michael Carberry has now doubled his score since lunchtime. Hampshire have moved on to 103 for 1. Harris to Adams. And this is a square cut by the Hampshire captain. Diving stop there at cover point prevents him scoring. As Dave Allen mentioned this morning, it's quite hard for us to identify the fielders in the Middlesex team, because although their shirts have got numbers on, their jumpers haven't. They've got old-fashioned type cricket sweaters, and most of them wearing short sleeve ones, Harris bowls. And it's a bouncer, and quite a good one. Jimmy Adams jerks his head back to let the ball go through to the wicket keeper. First bouncer I think Harris has bowled today, and I don't think Adams was expecting it, but he managed to evade it quite comfortably. End of the over, 103 for 1. Steve Finn is going to continue from the northern end, the pavilion end, bowling to Michael Carberry, over the wicket now, and Carberry goes for a quick single and makes it very easily. In fact, Roland Jones made no attempt to stop them running there. You could see that he wasn't going to be able to do much about it. Finn ran towards the ball as well, but it was a good piece of running, and just underlines the good understanding that Adams and Carberry have got, having batted so much together for so long. Finn runs in again to Adams. No shot from the Hampshire captain. It's been quite slow going since lunch, but understandably Hampshire haven't distinguished themselves with a bat this season yet, and need to seriously start doing so, and I think that's what they're attempting today. Finn runs in, and outside the off stump, this ball, again no shot from Jimmy Adams. Just saying this morning to Ken Maxted that these Sunday Championship starter days never feel like a Sunday. Finn again, and Adams pushes this into the leg side for an easy single. Toby Roland Jones does the fielding, but again there was no chance at all of him cutting off the runs there. Adams goes on to 39. He's been on 38 for quite a while. Martin Pritchard has appeared next to me, and he'll be taking up the commentary soon. Finn bowls again, and it's a bouncer, and Carberry ducks underneath it. Simpson takes the ball two-handed above his head. He's not particularly tall. I think the kindest thing you could say about him in that respect, as he's taller than Adam Wheater.
About a foot, foot and a bit taller than Adam Wheater.
But there's some big men in their slip cordon, aren't there?
Yes,
I think
yes,
James Franklin's one of them.
Yeah.
I guess Nick Compton is probably one, and Ollie Rayner.
Yeah.
Who are all tall. Round the wicket now, Finn. And Carberry drives through the covers. And they'll definitely get 2 here. The ball's been cut off, and they are content with the 2 there. That's the end of the over. It's 107 for 1. And time, Martin, for you to take over.
Thanks, John. And yeah, steady progress by Hampshire since lunch. Just 10 or so runs added in the 30 minutes since lunch. Middlesex have definitely tightened up. I was on just before lunch, and in that 30-minute period, Hampshire playing for lunch after a wicket had gone down, only scored 12 runs, and so 10 runs since lunch. We've seen a steady performance by Steve Finn, and an improved spell by James Harris, so tight overs by both of these bowlers since lunch. But there's a change in the bowling now. It looks like Toby Rowland-Jones taking over from James Harris. 3 overs since the lunch interval, much tighter than his first 3 that went for nearly 30. But it's Rowland-Jones now, comes in, very tall man, and good carry and lift from that delivery, and Jimmy Adams leaves that one. And Jimmy Adams, who's battled through the first session and half an hour since, he's on 39, so he will know how important it is for him to take this innings on. And talking about the need for Hampshire to take control of these county championship games. Far too many of them they've been having to play catch up, and they've done it pretty well in a couple, but you need to be getting the points on the board early on as Rowland-Jones comes in, bowls, and very correctly forward there, Jimmy Adams. Welcome to Dave Allen, who's come in next to me.
Thank you, Martin. I've just come hot-foot from a lunch where I've been doing a Q&A with Sean Udall, who's now doing a Q&A with Angus Fraser, so that was all kind of interesting. But, I haven't seen much since lunch, but not much has happened, I think.
Yeah, just improved performance from the Middlesex bowlers, and Carberry and Adams being very watchful. As it's Adams facing Rowland-Jones, and again Adams forward, plays it out on the leg side. It's fielded and there's no run.
Yeah, it's actually dropped below 3 and over, and at one point it was 4 and over, wasn't it? The run rate.
Yeah, yeah. I think when Dawson went at 85, it looked that Hampshire would comfortably get past 100 in the first session, which would have been good, and they ended up getting to 97, and they've only added 10 in the half an hour since. So it's steady going, but this is what you have to do in Championship Division 1 as Rowland-Jones comes in and bowls, and lost that one first of all, but in the end it's a good on drive by Jimmy Adams. That's going to go all the way, I think, or is it just going to hold up? Well, I think it held up, and the diving fieldsman managed to hit it over as he tried to stop it. It may well have gone anyway, but Jimmy Adams will be happy with that 4. That takes him into the 40s. He's gone to 43. Michael Carberry on 7, and it's Nelson 111 for 1.
Good news from the other games that the Somerset, who are struggling below Hampshire, are struggling today. They're 144 for 5, so we need them to continue to struggle, really, I think, just to make Hampshire's life a bit easier.
As Rowland-Jones comes in again from the northern end, and Jimmy Adams lets that one go outside the off stump, shoulders his arms, very watchful, comes down, does a little bit of gardening on a pitch that had a green tinge this morning, and would have helped influence James Franklin into putting Hampshire in. Unusual on this Ageas Bowl, but
I wouldn't think at the minute that he's feeling that was the right decision.
No, I'm sure with a variable forecast and good bowling form by Middlesex, they thought that they wanted to take control of the game with the ball.
Yeah.
But hasn't worked out yet, but early days as Roland Jones comes in again and bowls, and Jimmy Adams plays that out onto the leg side, and that's fielded. There's no run. At the end of the 38th over, Hampshire have moved on to 111 for 1. Jimmy Adams 43, Michael Carberry on 7. Interesting question and answer session, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, mine wasn't very long with Sean, really, so I talked about things like his favourite memories and so on, but I did put one question to him, which is the one I raised with us at lunchtime about, and particularly because Angus Fraser was coming next, why is it that we keep highlighting, spotlighting and favouring overseas coaches? What's that about? And Sean, I had forewarned him about it, but in fairness, Sean didn't have a clear answer really. He talked about Duncan Fletcher, who he played for under for England and Hampshire, said he was a very, very good coach, and I mean, in the end he shrugged his shoulders and said perhaps we just don't produce top quality coaches, but why that would be is difficult to say.
Steve Finn coming in, and that one's short, and that's cut away by Michael Carberry. Good shot, man diving at point, tries to stop it, but that was slightly wide, and Michael Carberry took advantage, and 4 runs. That's where Michael Carberry enjoys it. He's very successful through the offside, and he took advantage, as Hampshire have throughout the morning. When there's been anything loose, it's generally been put away for 4 runs.
Finn's bowled very tightly, even though he went for 4 there. His overs, his analysis at the minute, it's 13 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 20. So it's 0 for 24 now, but even that is off 13 overs and 1 ball. So he has bowled very tightly.
Yeah, I've been impressed with everything about Steve Finn this morning.
Yeah.
He seems comfortable in his run-up, in his action.
Yeah.
He's put all the batsmen under pressure. And he's kept it very tight, so he's coming round the wicket to Michael Carberry, who plays that down the wicket, and there's no run.
I guess he'll know Carberry a bit as a person, you know, because they went on that very difficult tour of Australia together when Ashley Giles famously described Finn as unselectable, and Carberry did a fairly decent job against the Aussies without doing enough to cement a place in the England side. Yes, I think there are 2 of a number of players in front of us today who've got a few things to show the selectors. As Finn comes in and bowls, and Carberry very correctly forward, plays that out on the offside, fielded by the gully fielder. I think you're right. I don't suppose Carberry will get back in the England side, but it's interesting in a really struggling team at the moment that he's averaging almost 60 this season. He's the only, apart from Irvine at 7, but he's the only one of the top 6 showing really consistent form for Hampshire. Yes, and I suppose that will be Hampshire's benefit as they hope to, John Townsend just said to me, Robson Compton as well, very much in that phrase. As this next one is turned through the slip area by Michael Carberry, deliberately played, no edge about it, played down nicely, and he's back for 2 runs. I think it was a couple of years ago that James Tomlinson announced his retirement from international cricket. Yes, I like James Tomlinson. He's a very, very popular figure here. As he's delightful. I loved his comment in one of the books last year, which was most valuable item, and it was any wicket at the Ageas Bowl after June, and I thought that was very well said. As Finn comes in again from the pavilion end, bowls, and Carberry, well, beautifully played through the offside, lovely through the covers, beautifully driven for 4 runs. And John Townsend, who's passing us many notes here, tell us that he saw Jackson Bird bowling in the middle during the lunch interval. So that would certainly be good news for our Hampshire supporters. Yeah, Tomo told me yesterday, he was watching the academy, He said he reckoned he'd be back by the end of the month, so it is good news indeed.
Well, Steve Finn's got the ball in his hand for Middlesex at the moment, coming in from the pavilion end. Comes in round the wicket, bowls, and Michael Carberry slashes that out through the offside. This is a nice contest here, and Michael Carberry's winning it at the moment. Finn has got his head in his hands, stood out in the middle. Michael Carberry's having a chat with Jimmy Adams, and Michael Carberry, in no time at all, has suddenly gone up to 21 with 3 very quick boundaries.
And Finn suddenly bowled 14 overs, 0 for 30.
Well, that's right. Where it was barely 1.5 and over, and now suddenly 1 over has spoilt his figures. So the score that was crawling along at the start, we were saying just a moment ago it was 107. Before we know it, it's suddenly 125. So Hampshire
40 partnership.
That's right, 40 between these two. And this next over, Roland Jones, very long run up, probably longer than Finn, 40 metres or so. Comes bounding in with his very bright pink boots, and that one dies. And poor John Simpson again has had a lot of difficulties. There's a few he'd be disappointed with, but didn't seem as though he could do too much of that one. That one bounced just before it got to Simpson, under his sprawling body, and went through for 4.
I think he is
29 extras. John Townsend tells me. How many buys in that, Roy? How many altogether? Certainly a number of extras have gone through. 29 in total, 13 buys. So it's always a disappointment for Simpson. I think there's a few that we could 4-leg buys. So it's Roland Jones comes in, and that one's edged. Ooh, what do you reckon, Dave? Did he play that, or was that an edge?
Oh yeah, it was an edge, and Roland Jones is doing what Finn did. The body language of the Middlesex bowlers is indicating that they think they're terribly unlucky. But I did make a comment before lunch, which is, you do that too often, the whole field inside can get a bit despondent. Somebody needs to lift them up a bit here. I mean, okay, they've just conceded 5 fours in about 6 or 7 balls, but they don't want to get too. Otherwise they're all going to be pessimistic that we haven't got a chance here, we can't possibly get them out, whatever we do, and so on and so on. It's not necessarily the way to do it, I don't think. A few hands on hips I've noticed, and Roland Jones just keep doing what he's been doing, and comes in, bowls, and Adams very quickly forward, plays that out on the offside, no run. So scoreboard rattling along at the moment, and score's gone up to 133 for 1. Jimmy Adams close to a 50. He's been there since the start, 47 not out. Michael Carberry, who came in at about half an hour before lunch when Liam Dawson fell, gone very quickly in the last 15 minutes, from 6 or 7 through to 21, as Roland Jones then comes in again from northern end, and that's a loose one, and Jimmy Adams will be a little disappointed he didn't get a little flick on that and take it past John Simpson, but it goes straight through to Simpson. And it's not really an excuse for county level bowlers, but there is always that slightly disconcerting thing about the line when you're bowling at left-handers. I think top level bowlers ought to be able to do that, but that may be part of the issue for them.
Yeah, certainly Hampshire, a fair number of left-handers. These two have often opened as 2 left-handers. Hampshire tried to do right and left combination to open recently. And this next ball just tucks Jimmy Adams up. Looks to flick it to leg, but not successful. Roland Jones bowls at good pace, mid-80s at least. And he's certainly, from what everyone has been saying, been impressing the Middlesex supporters, even though he's not got the wickets that James Harris has. James Harris, who's the top wicket taker at the moment, and with Roland Jones, Finn and Harris in tandem, that's one of the strongest attacks I would suggest in the division. This next delivery by Roland Jones is nicely played by Jimmy Adams, out onto the offside. So that's the end of the over, the end of the 40th over. After 40 overs, Jimmy Adams on 47, Michael Carberry on 21, and the score's 133 for 1.
Of course, one of the interesting things about the Q&A that I've just come from is that Angus Fraser is up there doing the Q&A with Sean Udall, precisely because he's here as the director of cricket at Middlesex. I don't think he goes to every game, and probably once the England duties begin to pick up, he might have to go and look at other people. I noticed, for instance, James Whittaker was at Headingley last week, and I guess that Adam Lyth would have been one of the people he was looking at there. But Gus, I would have thought Gus might have had one or two things to say at lunchtime to the Middlesex pace bowlers this morning. Not Finn necessarily, but certainly Harris.
Well, Harris in his first spell bowled his 3 overs I saw for 29. Yeah. His last 3 were much tighter, and a little more threatening, but certainly I think he got a little bit overexcited in his first spell. Yeah. Top wicket taker in the country, and suddenly he's got to settle down. This next delivery, short of a length, and Carberry's back on his stumps nicely, hooks that, plays it down to the man at fine leg for an easy single. So Carberry moves on to 22.
Incidentally, if anybody happens to be watching us on this TV screen thing where you can see Martin and I rabbiting, I don't know how exciting that is, you might notice my tie, because the event that I've just come from is a Jimmy Adams benefit event, and it's his tie, benefit tie.
And Jimmy Adams, I think, just on cue, Dave, I think that might just take him. No, it won't. I thought he was going to get a 4 with a nice shot through the offside.
It is a 50 partnership.
Yes, so 50 partnership for these two. Jimmy Adams just short of his personal 50, but good effort by these two. Many 50 partnerships between Michael Carberry and Jimmy Adams, and some even more substantial than that.
It's one of the tricks for Hampshire that they haven't been doing this season, is building partnerships. We had a first one of 85, this one is 50 not out. It's very important.
Absolutely, as Harris comes in again, and that one is left by Jimmy Adams. That wasn't too threatening. He pulled his bat away, and that one went through to John Simpson for no run. Yes, Jimmy Adams, a very well-earned benefit, and very popular amongst the Hampshire members, and I'm sure that members will put their hands in their pockets and give Jimmy the benefit that he deserves. A good servant of the club. As Harris comes in and bowls, and again that's left by Jimmy Adams through to John Simpson, and there's no run. Conditions here a lot cloudier than it was this morning. First thing this morning, a fair amount of blue sky. It's almost fully cloudy now. Some darker clouds. It's good forecast today. Slightly iffy forecast for the remaining 3 days. But James Harris comes in and bowls, and it's not exactly where Jimmy Adams meant that. He ended up hitting that fairly straight on the offside. Seemed to be aiming that slightly squarer, and that's fielded by Paul Sterling, the 12th man.
Who's on because? Do we know?
Yeah, do you know? No, we're just trying to work out. We've spotted Paul Sterling, who's come on. Not quite sure who's gone off. It's James Harris who's bowling round the wicket, and that's on the legs of Jimmy Adams, and he'll be very grateful for that, and he'll tuck it away for 1 run, and his bat goes in the air, and a very well deserved warm round of applause from this growing Hampshire crowd. Probably 1,000, 1,200 or so here today, maybe a few more.
121 balls, 9 fours.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent scoring rate. 121 balls, 9 fours.
Hour and 50 minutes.
Yeah, it's
no, 2 hours and 50 minutes. Sorry.
So good effort against some decent bowling. Steve Finn in particular, and So Jimmy Adams will know he'll need to put in a captain's knock today, and he'll be keen to keep the partnerships going and turn that 50 into a bigger score. As Roland Jones comes in, bowls, and Adams goes to hook that one, but he doesn't get much on that, and that one just squirts down by his legs, and wicketkeeper John Simpson is up quickly to field the ball, so there's no chance of a run.
It's his third consecutive first innings 50. He didn't play at Headingley, but he made 53 against Warwickshire, 61 against Notts, and 50 not out here. So he's getting into a fairly consistent run of form, which is excellent for an opening batsman.
Yes, certainly is, and he got a very good knock here on Friday night. So finding a little bit of form, having had a bit of paternity leave as Roland Jones comes in, and again that one is outside the off stump. It's left by Jimmy Adams, slightly low through to John Simpson, but he takes that cleanly, and there is no run. So Jimmy Adams just past 50, Michael Carberry on 22. These two have just gone past their 50 partnership. 52 these two have put on now since they came together half an hour before lunch, when Liam Dawson was the only wicket to fall so far. Caught behind off the medium pace of Neil Dexter, and it's the much quicker pace of Roland Jones coming in at the moment, and that one just flicks the pad, but he's outside the off stump. A polite inquiry, but umpire Bailey was never going to give that much consideration. So just as I was saying how cloudy it was getting, the sun comes out and bathes the ground. Looks particularly scenic with the new hotel virtually complete now. Just a few finishing touches required. It certainly takes away some of the skyline, but as Roland Jones comes in and bowls, and Jimmy Adams is back, plays that out on the offside, and there's no run.
It was interesting going to Headingley, which is in a sense a rival test ground this week, that what you see there inevitably, and it's certainly true of Old Trafford as well, is a Victorian ground that's had bits and pieces stuck on it over the years whenever there's been a bit of money. You get the sense here of a really integrated whole, a cricket ground conceived from the beginning. It took 15 years to finish, but it really does look very impressive from any angle.
Toby Roland Jones then from the northern end, coming in, right arm over the wicket, and Jimmy Adams plays that out onto the leg side, and there's a good understanding between he and Michael Carberry, and Carberry calls him, and they're through for a single. Did you not stay in the hotel at Headingley?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it was quite lovely, really, because you wake up in the morning, pull the curtains back, and there's a cricket ground.
So
delightful.
Yeah, I mean that I'd assume is one of the selling points. They'd want to have a lot of cricket fans who are staying down, and so you'd positively suggest that.
Oh yeah, it was absolutely delightful, and they're all named after Yorkshire cricketers, so there were all sorts of jokes when I revealed that I was in the Geoffrey Boycott room, and people were suggesting I'd found it at the end of the corridor of uncertainty, and the covers were off all night.
As Roland Jones comes in and bowls to Michael Carberry, who plays out nicely through the covers, very watchfully, follows that up, but there's no run, and that's the end of the 42nd over. So Hampshire going along nicely at the moment, just sped up recently, and 138 for 1, Adams on 51, Carberry on 22.
Somebody else said to me, I bet you walked in and said, "This room's rubbish. My mum could have made a better room than this with a stick of rhubarb." But it was great. Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely perfect, and it's not. I have to say, it's not 5-star like the Hilton here is, and I think this is quite expensive for county fans perhaps to stay in. I don't know. It depends how much money they've got, of course, but it was perfectly nice, and you get breakfast just walk across a little piece of ground within the ground in the rugby area.
James Harris comes in and bowls, and again that is very watchfully left.
No ball.
No ball. Yes.
Another notable thing about at Headingley, or noticeable thing at Headingley, you can look at the strips on the side of the square here. At Headingley, of course, they have to set the nets up there, so you're actually netting on the square, which is not great for fielding, because it'll often, you'll often get a ball that bounces in the footholds from the nets, because they don't have a nursery ground and extra nets like we do.
James Harris then comes in again. Bowles coming round the wicket again, and first one. It's an overstep, but that one is a legitimate ball, but again not getting Jimmy Adams to play at that one, so he's able to leave that one through. So James Harris will be a little bit disappointed. Still a lot of time left in this game, but having got wickets under his belt, he'll know that here's an opportunity against a team that haven't had the greatest of starts to put the pressure on them and get some more wickets. But batsman at the moment with Harris bowling again, and very watchfully left by Jimmy Adams. So James Harris not got the line that he would look to get at the moment, and Jimmy Adams able to wait for the bad delivery to come.
And interestingly, it wasn't gathered cleanly by Simpson. It was dropping on him round his ankles, but he was rather standing up by that. And I have to say, I'm not very impressed by Simpson as a wicket keeper. I keep thinking about Michael Bates, who's looking for a county at the moment, and wondering if he's perhaps a particularly effective batsman.
And this next one is, well, how did he get it down there? Jimmy Adams, I was looking out on the offside, seemed to get a bottom edge, and it managed to go past the wicketkeeper down to his fine leg sort of area, and Jimmy Adams has got 2 runs for that.
I wouldn't say the keeper was culpable there. It was a pretty odd shot, wasn't it?
It was, yes. So 2 more runs, so 142 for 1 now. Jimmy Adams with that moves on to 53. Michael Carberry on 22. So useful accumulation by these two. Harris again round the wicket, bowls, and that's edged through and short of first slip. It was then knocked up to second slip, but it had bounced.
Do you think it was? I mean, I have to say I couldn't see. I'm just looking again at the body language of Simpson there, and thinking to myself that first slip dropped that, and in fact he's just patted him on the back, and all the gestures there were that first slip got a hand to it, that it ricocheted up, that Simpson might have caught the rebound and didn't, and he just stayed down as if he was somewhat dismayed.
As Harris comes in again, and again it's outside the off stump, and Adams watchfully watches it through.
Yeah, I would say that was a drop.
Yeah, it could well have been. My first reaction was I thought it had just gone short, but I think you were right about the flicking up of it. But so Hampshire maybe just getting that little bit of luck that hasn't sort of fallen to them in some of the games that I've seen this season so far.
Is that the first drop today?
I think that is. There was a run-out chance, of course, and this next one is played out on the onside by Jimmy Adams. There's no run. That's the end of another over. That's the end of the 43rd over. So the score has moved on to 142 for 1. Jimmy Adams on 53, Michael Carberry on 22.
Well, I hope Jimmy Adams makes some pay for that, if that was a drop. This is the, so far, this is the best batting performance Hampshire have put together this season, and it's not before time, and I hope it will continue.
So it's Toby Rowland-Jones from a longish run-up, 40 metres or so, comes bounding in from the northern end, bowls down the leg side, taken quite nicely by Simpson. He's had to work hard today.
Yeah, that was a good take.
Yeah, he took that one well. It's there have been some that he probably could have done better, and there are others that have just sort of bounced in the wrong place and put him under pressure. But it's not been a great day at the office for some of the Middlesex fielders at the moment. So Rowland-Jones back to his mark. Long run up from the northern end, comes in, bright pink boots shining as He bowls, and Michael Carberry is back very correctly on his stumps, plays that out to the offside, it's fielded, there's no chance of a single.
I'm just looking up John Simpson. He's a Lancastrian, made his Middlesex debut 2009 and capped in 2011. Played a bit for Cumberland, was on the MCC Young Cricketers staff, so of course he was at Lords. Has hit a first-class 100 against Surrey at Lords and a limited overs 82, so probably quite a decent batsman. And maybe he's just having an off day, I don't know. Last year, what did he do? He finished with an average of nearly 35 and with 670 runs, so yeah, he's obviously a keeper who can bat a bit. That was played defensively by Michael Carberry up the mid-off, no run. And it's my turn to take over. Thank you very much, Martin. Toby Rowland Jones. Not the kind of name that you'd ever imagine as a Yorkshire cricketer, really. But I think well suited to Lords. And as for Durham, well, I don't suppose there's ever been anybody called Toby from Durham. Michael Carberry plays that towards the boundary square leg and takes a single, and John Townsend comes alongside me.
Yeah, Dave, I was just wondering, you were saying how you stayed at the hotel in Headingley.
Yeah.
Is the next one on your list that hotel near Durham's ground that the Australians stayed in?
Oh, yeah.
And Shane Watson was frightened out of his wits apparently by a ghost.
Yeah, the haunted one. Yeah, well, I've never been to Durham. I mean, I've always thought, it's the drive, the drive from Headingley is enough for me, really, but I might go one year. I don't know how easy it is to fly, because okay, I'm here and it is. That's just defensively out on the offside. Fly to Newcastle from Southampton. Okay, to Newcastle from Southampton. Okay, yep. All right, well, I may well. I think we're playing there quite late in the season this year, if I'm not mistaken. I do need to go, because it's the only county that I've never been to. Haven't been to every ground in every county, but it's the only.
And I think you can get in free, Dave, on your Hampshire membership at Durham, can't you?
Oh no, you can't. Reciprocal membership we've got with them, which is odd. But
you can't
because
watch
we're
Hampshire
playing
play,
them.
can you? No.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm going to fly up there and watch them play Somerset. So here's Roland Jones again from the hotel end, and Adams just cautiously defensively up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, as I say, it's well, it was interesting actually. It's the end of the over, 1-4-3 for 1. It's interesting actually that it was the first time this week was the first time I've seen Hampshire play at Headingley. I've been to Headingley, and I've seen cricket also at Bramall Lane and Scarborough. I've seen Hampshire play at Scarborough. I'd never seen Hampshire play at Headingley before, so that was another one to sort of tick off.
Yeah, I've never been there, Dave. I did set out in 2009 to go to the Test match there.
Oh yeah,
on the Saturday evening, and then turned back when I heard England were 5 down, but not very many, 60 odd I think. Having left Farnborough when they were in quite good shape. I think the openers, I think it would have been Cook and Strauss, were still together then.
It's Harris, he bowls, and Carberry's up on his toes and playing that defensively out on the offside, no run.
But I have seen cricket, first-class cricket in Yorkshire, because I saw the 1964 Australians at Bradford for 2 days, first 2 days of that game, which was hugely enjoyable.
Yeah. I've spent a bit of time this weekend with a chap called Richard Griffiths, who's a big Hampshire fan and an extraordinary collector of things. I mean, he's just got he's got a better collection of signed scorecards, autographs and so on than the club has. And he's a Bradford man. As Harrison Sunshine now comes in and Michael Carberry lets that through and Simpson takes quite nicely.
What was strange, Dave, was that on that particular tour, Bobby Simpson's team played Yorkshire twice. They played them at Sheffield as well.
I tell you what, when the first time I went to Bramall Lane, which was Hampshire versus Yorkshire versus West Indies, that was the second time they played them in '63 as well. They played them at Middlesbrough. I suppose it was because they were the senior county, the team that was winning the championship all the time, and in those years, tourists played everybody. Harris bowls and Carberry drives very nicely out on the onside. It's going to be cut off by the man at mid-wicket, but they'll come back for 2, 1-4-5 for 1.
Well, following on from what you said there, Dave, I've read, and I think it may have been by something by Jack Fingleton which claimed that the Australians reckoned playing Yorkshire was the 6th Test match.
Yeah. I'm sure that would have been true in the 20s and 30s without any question. I mean, there might have been, interestingly, when Surrey were the first post-war county team to beat the Australians, Harris comes in and bowls, and Carberry plays and misses outside the off stump, and there's one or two slip fielders there who think that he was lucky to get away with that. I happen to know that the Australians lost to Surrey in '56 because it was another occasion on which Jim Laker took 10 wickets in the innings against them. But the real reason I know it is it was the first time Australia had lost to a county side since 1912, and in 1912 they lost to Hampshire. They weren't a very good side in 1912, of course, because there were all those ructions around that triangular tournament. But it took till '56 for another county side to beat them. Harris in. And Carberry slashes that away on the offside, but it's fielded, there's no run.
Did Jim Laker not take a huge number of wickets against the Australians for Surrey as well as...
Yeah, no, I just said that.
England,
yeah, sorry, you're on the wrong side of me, John, aren't you? I do beg your pardon. Yeah, he took 10 in an innings against them. Yeah, he took 19 in the Test match, and he took 10 in one of the innings for Surrey against Australia as well, yeah. Absolutely.
I know that 64 game at Bradford, Dave, the Aussies had their full Test team out except for Bill Lorry and Wally Grout, who had a broken arm.
Oh yeah. So Barry Jarman would have kept... Oh, there's a no ball. OK, I was just going to say Harris bowls, it's outside the off stump, no run. But it's the no ball, so the score will move its way towards 150. 147 for 1.
And Yorkshire had their strongest team out except for Truman, who was rested, and Mel Ryan played instead of him.
That was the series in which Truman got the 300 Test wickets, wasn't it?
That's right, and it was Neil Hawke, wasn't it, his 300th victim, caught by Cowdrey.
That's right, yeah.
In the slips.
Here's Harris around the wicket again, and Carberry lets that go through. Actually, you'd like to meet this chap who's down from Bradford, Richard Griffiths, the big collector, because he's a man after your own heart. He's a Bradford Park Avenue supporter and quite involved in the club, I think. And a bit like you know, he follows a non-league club and goes everywhere. You know, travels away and so on. Of course, they've got big competition because there's a league side in Bradford as well, isn't there? Bradford City.
That's right. I never went to Bradford Park Avenue football ground, Dave, but I did see them play at Aldershot.
All right.
And lose 5-1.
Jimmy Schooler had something to do with them at one point.
He was manager, I think, at one time. Yeah.
Right.
It might have been when I saw them.
Right.
Kevin Hector played for them.
That's right.
At Aldershot.
Yeah. It's Toby Rowland Jones, which is only one man running into bowl, and Jimmy Adams flicks that just backward a square off his hip. I think it's going to be cut off just, but they can come back quite easily for 2. Neither of them too inclined to rush, so the score goes up to 149 for 1. And the other, they have a very famous ex-player there who shares the name of a very famous ex-Hampshire player, Len Shackleton. He was a Bradford Park Avenue player, apparently.
Yeah, I think he started with them, didn't he? Before he played for Newcastle and Sunderland and England, didn't he?
He wrote a famous autobiography in which he had a page about what the average football director knows about football, and it was just blank. Roland Jones coming in again, he bowls, and Adams again flicks that off his hip, and Hampshire are up to 151 because they come back for a second run. Well done.
That was a brilliant 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, very good 2.
I've got to say, Dave, that was born out of 2020 cricket, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, there wasn't a lot of pace on it, which meant that it wasn't going very quickly to any of the fielders out in the deep, and I think he probably set off and said 2 from the start, and back they came.
Well, it was Simpson who fielded it, so can we claim that was 2 to the wicket-keeper?
Yes, that's very good. So Roland Jones, 151 for 1 in the 46th over. So the scoring rate has gone up again. It's gone up above 3 and over now. It was 4 and over when John and I were on this morning. And Adams tries to pull that round. I don't think it got up very much, actually. I think he thought it was a short ball that he could pull, and he's just rehearsing a shot where he's pulling it at shin height. So, just the bounce did him slightly. But this is an encouraging day so far for Hampshire, without any question. Not easy, but against, well, they're not necessarily the best attack in the country. I think probably Yorkshire at full strength are, but they're the attack that's been firing as well as any other in the country this season. And Hampshire, with a top order that's been struggling, have more than competed with them. And Roland Jones bowls and Adams plays that defensively to mid-off, and there's no run.
Yes, the weather forecast over the next few days has been mentioned, Dave. It's not promising. Today's likely to be the best of the 4 days, but nevertheless, Hampshire have still got glean as many bonus points from the game if it's going to be a draw as they can. So they do need to make a big score, don't they?
Yeah. I think, to be honest with you, you could probably, I haven't worked this out, but you could probably, if you got full bonus points from every game and drew every game, you'd probably stay up. I'm not sure about that, but you'd end up with about 170 odd points. So you probably could, and that came back a little bit after it went past Adams leaving it alone, and the keeper takes it, but there's no run.
Yeah, you were talking about James Harris earlier, Dave, who's taken quite a lot of wickets already this season. I was wondering whether that would actually have happened had not Tim Murtagh been injured.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because he was their top wicket taker last season, I think, in the Championship.
He might not even have played, you think? Yeah. I think that's quite probable, actually, yeah. Because they certainly led him back to Glamorgan on loan last year. Didn't seem to have a place for him.
He captained Middlesex seconds here in that friendly game.
Ah, yes.
The one where they played 14 aside.
That's right. Oh, that one just bounced and lift and did a bit away from him, but Adams good enough to get his bat out the way. Roland Jones once again dismayed that he hasn't managed to get an edge to that, and I think the correspondents from Middlesex and Hampshire who do the online BBC commentaries will no doubt, what they do at some point after tea is they begin discussing with each other who they're going to try and interview at the end of the day. At the minute, the Hampshire favourite is probably Jimmy Adams. If Hampshire have a dreadful day, then it's always Dale Benkenstein, because you don't want to pick on a player and say, why didn't you do very well today, mate? But, you know, I got a feeling that, I mean, it may be that the Middlesex correspondent will pick on Richard Scott, the coach, or Richard Johnson, the bowling coach, but if he picks on one of the bowlers, I think whichever one he picks on will probably tell a story of great misfortune and terrible bad luck, unless there's a real switch in the second half of the day today. It's Harris to bowl from the pavilion end, and Carberry cautiously defensively at that, and it just comes sort of off the edge, but it runs away to gully and there's no run.
Certainly though, Dave, they were unlucky early on this morning, weren't they, when poor old Liam Dawson was almost in a nightmare situation against Steve Finn.
Yeah.
He you know, he's struggling to put a bat on the ball, wasn't he?
Yeah. My only observation about that is that, in a sense, with an international bowler, first thing that you've put them in and a new ball, that might be the case against almost anybody. Carberry lets that one through to Simpson. You know, you'd expect in the first half hour a bowler like Finn, or indeed if we were facing Jimmy Anderson here or Stuart Broad here, you'd expect them to give you difficulties. And the question is whether you can tough it out and then cash in later on as the ball gets softer and the bowlers get more tired.
You also need a bit of luck, though, don't you? Yeah. You know, to not touch those balls that just leave you.
Yeah, you certainly do. That was always my downfall, John, of course. I was terribly unlucky.
Obviously.
Harris bowls, and Carberry drives that very nicely to the left of the man at short cover and to the right of the man at mid-off, who's not particularly fleet-footed, Stephen Finn, and he's not going to get to it, so it comes right down in front of us here. I mean, we're on the third floor here, but right down in front of us, crosses the rope, 4 runs, 155 for 1. Carberry goes on to 29.
With what I reckon was his best shot of the day so far.
Yeah, it was a good shot, wasn't it?
And I noticed also, Dave, that the over rate's gone on to -3.
Oh, it has, yeah. They're going to have to get Ollie Rayner on at some point, aren't they, just to sort that out. The over rate can lose some points, and the partnership has gone on to 70. Harris bowls, and Carberry's content just to play forward defensively, and that man at short cover runs in to pick it up, and there's no run. Nice sunshine now.
Of course, another factor, Dave, is that Middlesex, one of the few southeastern counties that Carberry hasn't played for.
Yeah. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. That's true. Yeah, yeah. He's probably, I mean, he's played for MCC sides, which is almost kind of Lords. I don't know whether he's ever played MCC at Lords, but it's Harris. And Carberry slashes that square of the wicket, but the man at point fields it very effectively and they don't take a run.
Yeah, my guess is that's Gubbins, Dave.
Right. Yeah.
But it is a guess. I think that might be Joe Burns next to him.
We could say it's Gubbins' turn. My mum used to have a phrase, my old mum used to have a phrase about it being Buggins' turn, and I've never quite known what that was, but Gubbins is an anagram of Buggins, so...
I thought it was something we used to put on football boots.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that stuff, yeah. God, yeah. Dubbin, yeah, goodness. Used to make a mess of the cloth, didn't it? And
That's
Carberry
right.
Defensively out on the offside, no run again.
My first pair of football boots, Dave, I don't know whether yours were brown and had leather studs hammered into the soles.
Definitely, yeah, absolutely.
And they went quite high up on the ankle as
That's
well.
right,
A great big toe cap.
Yeah. Oh, I remember it being absolutely thrilling when, I can't remember, it probably somebody like Stanley Matthews. I got this, sleek pair of black and white ones with an autograph under the ankle. And I thought that was completely thrilling, yeah. But I certainly remember those, yeah. One of the things I'm sorry about is that I never kept any old cricket boots. Because as the archivist here, I can't find any anywhere. I'd love a pair of 1950s cricket boots,
I've got an idea, Dave. You could break into the Oval Pavilion at night and steal those ones that belong to Alec Bedser.
I could, yeah. That would be good. I ask the Hampshire players quite often and they all say, no, I didn't keep it. There's a change of bowling now at the hotel end, the northern end, and it's a return for Neil Dexter, who's just shifting the field about a bit. He's having 2 slips and a gully. He's the only man who's taken a wicket. The most innocuous looking of the bowlers, and that's just, he's bowling right arm round the wicket, and that just does a little bit away from Jimmy Adams, I think, after pitched quite wide anyway, and Adams tries no kind of shot. I suppose, actually thinking about the fact that he arrived here from Middlesex, I suppose he's about the same pace as Berg, really. Maybe not quite as quick, but they're similar. And that's very wide, and Jimmy Adams tries to cut that and manages to get it about 10 yards out on the onside to a sort of silly mid-on position. Don't know quite how he managed to do that.
Not the first time that he's made contact with the bottom edge either,
yeah.
Dave.
Whether it's
suggests
not
a little bit of lowness in the bounce.
low bounce and perhaps it's not quite coming on, I don't know, but it might be, yeah. This time forward defensively, no run.
Have you seen the Alec Bedser boots, Dave?
No, I haven't, no.
In the Oval Pavilion, and my brother showed me around. I was interested in what you were saying about going in the Lord's Pavilion.
Yeah.
When Hampshire play there, and the Oval's the only sort of famous pavilion I've been in.
Yeah, it's.
I've been in Basingstoke.
Yeah, I have been in the Oval Pavilion. I just don't remember the boots, So. Dexter Bowls, and that's just outside the off stump. And Headingley have a fairly new museum, which is not actually in the pavilion. They've got a long room for members to watch, which has quite a lot of memorabilia in it. But they've also got a museum now, which is quite a sleek affair, but I don't know that it necessarily tells a clear story about the history, which is up there remarkable. Outside the off stump, no shot offered, through to the keeper, no run, 155 for 1.
Yeah, the Oval Pavilion just oozes history, doesn't it?
Yeah,
all those
lovely.
blazers mounted on the wall and everything.
And I talk to people about museums, and I say to them, actually, in some ways, I prefer it when it's just around the ground and you just come across stuff and you just stop and look at it, rather than you go or you don't go to the museum. Dexter Bowls and Adams drives, it's fielded at cover, no run. I like that idea that you come across things, and
My first visit to Lords was in 1967 when Pakistan played the test match there, and my dad took my brother and myself, and it rained in the morning,
right.
so they started late, So we went in the museum first and saw the Jack Hobbs pads and blazer and everything. And the bird that was killed by Jahangir Khan and all that sort
I think I'd make an exception with Lord's, because Lord's is, if you walk around the pavilion, Lord's is full of memorabilia and memories and so on, but there is also a museum. They managed to do both things because they got so much stuff. It's just incredible stuff, really.
Yeah, the sad thing about that day is that the overnight not-out batsmen were Barrington and Graveney, and they were both out instantly when play began the morning we were there.
Right, it's 155 for 1, and Harris has gone back over the wicket, and it's outside the off stump. Michael Carberry is facing. He doesn't try any kind of shot at that. And he's on 29, Adams on 57. We're in the 49th over, and there are so 48 have been bowled and 48 are remaining. So that ball is the first ball of the second half, if you like. And I'm rather hoping that it won't be a game of two halves, because at half time I'd say Hampshire are 3-0 up. Here's Harris coming in to bowl, and that's high, and Carberry tries to flick it, one day style really, tries to flick it over the slips for 4 down a third man. Doesn't get a touch, and Simpson takes it high up behind the wicket. A little risky. It's clouded over quite a lot now. No sun at all. No, it doesn't look threatening, but it's sort of silver and RAF blue mixture of colour out there. And here's James Harris again from the pavilion end. Outside the off stump, goes through to Simpson, no shot.
Dave, you mentioned Harry Latchman earlier for being on the ground. So, did you say he was president of Middlesex?
He is this year, yeah.
And that's my first visit to Lord's. England had a leg spinner in their team.
Robin Hobbs?
Yeah. And the captain was the great man who you didn't see at Leeds the other day, I believe. Brian Close.
Oh, Brian Close. I didn't know. I did take Dickie Bird up in a lift. That was fun. He'd lost his glasses case. Oh no, there's a man down there. I didn't spot him for a minute. Carberry flicks that away down to long leg, really. He's too square for fine leg. Takes a single. Jimmy Adams will face 156 for 1.
Am I right in thinking, Dave, that Dickie Bird could fret for England?
He could fret. It was so funny. He said to me, "Oh, are you up in radio box?" He said, "Is Callie up there?" Callie's the Yorkshire reporter. Yes, he is. "Oh, he's got my glasses case. He gave me a lift home from dinner, and he's got my glasses case. Can you take me up there?" I said, "Yeah, cool." So up, we had a nice chat. Ever so nice, super guy, and that's wide, and Jimmy Adams smashes that away square, cuts that away square on the offside for 4 runs, 160 for 1. Jimmy Adams into the 60s. I'll tell you who else I met, John. Jeff Cope, who now has very poor eyesight and has a guide dog with him, but I think could see enough. And he was just delightful. He was such a charming man. They're funny people, Yorkshire people, because when they get on the media, when they get an opportunity to broadcast things, they always seem kind of quarrelsome and argumentative and assertive and so on. I find them absolutely charming. They're really, really good hosts, and I've been up a couple of times. I've talked twice to the Northern Cricket Society and once to the Wombwell. They're just lovely folk. I really like them.
Wombwell, Sheffield, is it, or Barnsley?
Yeah, Barnsley, yeah, that's right, yeah. Ever so nice there. Been a cricket society there since 1950. Harris bowls, he bowled him. He yorked him. And Jimmy Adams tries to chop down on that ball and doesn't manage to do so. And another Hampshire innings that I think falls a little short of what you might have hoped for, although it would be difficult to argue against any claim from Middlesex that perhaps they did deserve that. The situation then is that Jimmy Adams has been bowled by James Harris for 61, and the score is 160 for 2. With the I think that was a stand of 75, if I remember rightly. I don't think I've got a scoreboard. Is that right? Yeah. So we've had a stand of 85 and a stand of 75. Well, I won't mind too much if Hampshire keep going down like that. 65, 55, 45. That'll be all right. We'll get a fair old score. But this is a rather key moment now, because James Vince is coming into bat in probably the worst trot of form in his life.
Yes, this is where the mental side of cricket comes to the fore, Dave, isn't it?
What have they got? 16 overs to tee. You wouldn't want another wicket to go down now, would you? Because, I mean, you know, we're talking about Yorkshire folk. One of Jeffrey's things is always look at the score and add 2 wickets. You know, you don't want them to be 170 for 4 because they were 190 odd for 4 in Yorkshire and got absolutely stuffed. So it's important that they build another partnership now.
That's not what John Young says, though, Dave, is it? He says, look at the score and add 9 wickets. Sorry, no, John won't be listening probably, but he is one of the world's leading pessimists. I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, well, I think if you were an objective observer, you'd probably take the view that Middlesex have deserved that wicket. Not necessarily of Adams, although Carberry's playing very responsibly, but they probably deserved a second wicket. And I would still say at the moment that Hampshire are on top.
Yeah, going back to Jeff Cope, Dave.
Yeah.
When he played, he wore glasses, didn't he? And I think they were quite thick ones.
Yeah, he did.
He bowled off spin, didn't he?
He
And played
did, yeah.
a little bit for England, didn't he?
That's right. And he had a problem with his action.
That's
Do you
right.
remember? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think he
Yeah.
went away and worked on it, didn't he?
Yeah, remodelled or
Made
whatever,
a comeback.
Yeah.
But I think his England career had finished by that point,
Yeah.
hadn't it?
But he was absolutely lovely. I went in the second morning and I thought I wasn't in there for long. I had to go and see Suzanne Marlowe, and I thought he wouldn't see me, recognise me, and he said, "Oh, hello, Dave." You know, he's absolutely lovely. Yeah.
I'm quite impressed with your Yorkshire accent, by the way, Dave.
Well, kind of learned it off my mum. Really, was almost Yorkshire. So yeah.
Well, you know, well, there's Dexter coming in now.
And so that was the last ball of the over. So Carberry just lets that go outside the off stump. I was asking earlier about Jimmy Adams, why it was that Jimmy Adams didn't field on Friday after he'd batted quite nicely, and was there a problem? But apparently he had a back spasm, which is something I tend to get. And if you've got a back spasm on Friday evening, by Sunday afternoon it won't necessarily be completely right. Carberry quite deliberately plays that down onto the ground, and perhaps a little luckily it runs through the slips and he comes back for a second run, and the score goes up to 162.
Dave, isn't that what Ed Miliband was accused of by the right-wing press in this country?
Well, back spasm.
Yeah, something like that, wasn't it?
I don't know, something like that.
Oh no, backstabbing it was, yeah. His brother.
Dexter bowling around a wicket, bowls to Carberry. Carberry lets it go through outside the off stump, and it's the sun has gone now, and it's probably gone for the day. I don't know that for a fact, but just it feels like the weather has slightly shifted.
Going back to Yorkshire, Dave.
It's too far to drive, John.
Have I told you before? Well, I'll just wait on this one.
Dexter bowls, Carberry lets it go through, no run.
That I'm 1/8 Yorkshire.
Can you show us which bit?
No. One of my great-grandmothers was from Middlesbrough.
Oh, okay, right. Which I think, although they're probably outraged by the fact, I think is no longer in Yorkshire, is it? It's now something like
Cleveland, is it now? Yeah, but it certainly was in Yorkshire when she was around.
It certainly was, yeah. And there's a very strong reason Carberry lets that through, no run. Yorkshire made their lowest ever score in a first-class match at Middlesbrough.
Yeah, is Liam Plunkett not from Middlesbrough?
He might have been, I
And
don't
I think
know.
the old brothers were as well, weren't
maybe, yeah. But their lowest ever score at Middlesbrough, which is terribly important to tell you about, was 23 all out, and Sir Geoffrey was playing. It was 1965,
Butch White.
and Butch White took 6 for 10. It was Hampshire bowling. That goes through to the wicket-keeper again, and there's no run. And he always tells the story about how they used to drive to most grounds, but it was such a long way. They went by train, which meant they could have a beer or two on the way back, and he said they did.
A beer or how many?
He said they absolutely loved it. They thought it was even. He said, I remember him saying to me, even standing on the station with Yorkies on the station, they were just loving it, you know. And people couldn't believe it. There was apparently some bloke came in the ground, and somebody said, he said, what score? He said 23 all out. He said, oh. He said, there's Fred taking all wickets. Oh, it must have been wonderful. And that was the same year, actually, that Bob Cottam then went across the Pennines to Old Trafford and took 9 for 25 against Lancashire, which is the best bowling ever in Hampshire's history. So you'd have thought that year Hampshire would. They didn't have a great year, but they had 1 or 2 great days, and that was 2 of them. It's 162 for 2, and Harris is bowling again, having taken a wicket in the last over, and James Vince lets his first ball go through to Simpson behind the stumps, and I don't know who we passing over to, because we've got 1 more over to go, and then it's somebody else. Oh, well.
Well, I mean, I can commentate afterwards,
sure?
Dave, yeah, and perhaps Martin
All right.
can sit in.
Yeah.
Ken's reappeared, I
Okay.
think.
We have
Yeah, Butch White, of course, was the best named fast bowler of all time, wasn't he?
Completely right named, yeah. I don't know at what point he was named that. He was David William White, really, but it was absolutely right. It's Harris bowls, and Vince is forward defensively, out to mid-off, no run. Carberry 32, Vince 0, 162 for 2 after 50 overs. So a good day for Hampshire, but I was suggesting a fairly deserved wicket for Middlesex. And Martin's just going to come in alongside me, and then John Townsend's going to take over this microphone in a moment as James Harris comes in and bowls again. And Vince tries to play forward defensively there, but it may have got an inside edge because all the men behind the wicket were absolutely shouting for LBW, but James Harris was a bit less enthusiastic, so he might have just got a little nick on that. James Vince with, as I say, he scored less than 100 runs so far this season, 37, 9, 8, 0, 32, 6 and 2. So he's in no kind of form at all. And what he could do with today is about 180 really. Harris in and bowls, and Vince smashes that in typical fashion through the covers. That's the shot that he plays quite beautifully, although sometimes he can get a little edge and get caught, but he's off the mark with 4. Beautiful shot, and absolutely no time at all to get to the boundary. 166 for 2, could be the last ball, I'm not sure. Is it the last ball, Roy? Is there 3 more? Okay, 3 slips now, and the gully's gone a lot wider. 166 for 2. Harrison bowls, and this time Vince flicks it off his legs through between mid-wicket and mid-on, and it's going to go for 4. So consecutive 4s to James Vince, who's on to 8, which is a pretty good effort, really. I was saying earlier, you know, that of his various innings this season, he's made 9, 8, 0, 6 and 2. So he's already pushing up towards his 3rd highest score of the season, which is not perhaps particularly what he wanted to hear in the middle of May. And the man at 3rd slip comes out and goes across, I think, to extra cover. So there's a whole ring of people saving 1 at the minute, but if Vince keeps picking the gaps and hitting the boundary, saving 1 won't make a lot of difference, really. Harris had a little tight spell after lunch, but he's been pretty expensive on the whole during the day. But he has taken that 2nd wicket, and he's running in now. And Vince just lets that through, and that's the over. So I'll hand over to Martin and John, and wish you a very good afternoon.
Thanks, Dave. So the scores are 174-2 now. James Vince, who came in when when Jimmy Adams was out, having played on to James Harris. James Vince with 2 boundaries in that last over, now moved on to 8. Michael Carberry is on to 32.
And have you noticed, Martin, that the over rate is -3, which is the lowest it's been so far today?
Indeed, so it looks as though it's going to be a bit of overtime this evening. Neil Dexter might just increase that speed, not if he bowls it there and they have to spend time bringing the ball back, because that one has gone for 4, and to be honest, that one got what it deserved. And Michael Carberry is not a man to bowl half decent deliveries. That wasn't. That was halfway down, and Michael Carberry just went on the back foot and hooked that nicely for 4 runs.
Not only was it halfway down, Martin, it was probably on the slower side of medium pace, wasn't it?
Absolutely. I mean, you know, Dexter's a good, honest sort of toiler and did a good job before lunch. But he's bowled more than he would have liked to today, as Carberry flicks that one off his legs for a single. So, yes, 51 overs gone, 45 remaining, so it's just past the halfway stage of today. We're a little bit behind the over rate, as we said, so it'll be a little while to go before the tea interval. 45 overs remaining, 32 overs is the point at which tea is taken, unless it's 10 past 4, I think is the latest, so it's going to be pushing that sort of time by the time tea is taken. Dexter comes in, bowls outside the off stump. Swung away that one from the bat of James Vince. So, yeah, Dexter's more than capable performer. And
I was saying to Roy at lunchtime, Martin, that I was disappointed that Ollie Rayner's been chosen ahead of Patel for this game. And that Patel played here last season.
And that one is edged into the ground by James Vince and edged over the slips. He'll be happy with the 4, but it wasn't the most elegant of shots there.
That's right. Yeah, talking about Patel, he played here in, was it 40 or 50 overs we played last season? But I think he played in that game here, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. I was pretty impressed with him that day. Seemed to bowl really well, and I'd agree with you. When I looked at the squad this morning, I thought, if they're going to play a spinner, it'll be Patel over Rayner, who seems to be more of a one-day performer.
Yeah, I think Patel's here probably. They brought quite a few players with them.
Indeed, as Dexter comes in, bowls, and that one looked as though it swung away, and Simpson had to go away to his right. The ball had to go forward in order to reach that one. Rayner seems to be looking as though he might fancy a bowl, and certainly at this sort of stage of the afternoon, with a lot of overs to go before tea, we could do with 3 or 4 overs of Rayner, and again not the most elegant of shots by James Vince. He sort of
failed to take his bat away.
Yeah, well, he was sort of taking his bat away, and then it caught the bottom of his bat. It went down into the gully area, but he could easily have lost his wicket or something there. So,
yeah, my point about their spinners, Martin, is that Rayner's probably getting on for 30 and will never play for England, and Patel's in his early 20s and might well play for England. So, you know, from that point of view, you'd be more pleased to see him. But it looks like Franklin's going to bowl.
Absolutely, I think Hampshire will feel very happy that in mid-late afternoon it's Dexter and Franklin bowling at the moment, and I think they will feel that they've done their bit of seeing off their very potent 3-man seam attack, quick seam attack as well. Franklin, we do have to remember he's a New Zealand international, but doesn't bowl that much these days. Left armour over the wicket. And that one very much a loosener. Carby has a look at it, and that one just about gets to John Simpson. And yeah, James Franklin, who's captain in the team today, looks a very useful all-rounder. He's still in the one-day plans of New Zealand, but no longer regarded in Test match terms.
Do you think Middlesex have passed a law in their club that the captain's got to be an overseas player?
Well, it looks like it. They've plenty. As this next one by Franklin is very short of a length, and Carberry is onto the back foot and hooks that away to the man on the mid-wicket boundary.
Yeah, he's taken over from Adam Voges, who's Australian, who took over from Chris Rogers, who's Australian, and the previous captain, I think, was Neil Dexter, who's South African, isn't he?
Yeah, Neil Dexter is South African, and yeah, so it's Dexter and Franklin. Current captain, one of the former captains from either end at the moment. So Franklin, let's have a look, he's got 2 slips in as he comes in, left arm over the wicket, bowls to James Vince, who's very correctly forward, plays that out, and there's no run.
Because all of Franklin's international cricket of recent times has been in the one-day arena, hasn't it? I don't think he's played Test cricket for quite some time, and I don't think he gets into the one-day side now.
No, I suppose if there's an injury with a one-day series coming up, he'd be one of the first calls. But Franklin bowls, and that one is on the legs of James Vince, and he plays that off his hip, and that's an easy single.
I think he's behind McClanahan in the queue now for left-arm pace bowlers, isn't he? And Wagner is more likely to play in the Test team if they want a left-armer.
That's right, yeah. Well, they've got plenty of left-arm options, of course, haven't they, with Trent Bolt, and who's particularly in-form bowler at the moment. So New Zealand, very, very strong team. Franklin comes in, bowls, and again, no great pace. Carberry watches that one go through to John Simpson, probably down to late 70s miles an hour, I would have said, for James Franklin, and that one may have been a couple of miles an hour slower.
Of course, the first test starts on Thursday, and I'm not sure that all of the New Zealanders are in this country yet who are likely to be playing. I think there's about half a dozen of them going to fly in from the IPL.
As Franklin comes in and bowls to Carberry, and Carberry hits that superbly through the offside. That's a really wonderful shot by Michael Carberry through the cover area for 4 runs, signalled by umpire Ian Gould, and that's the end of James Franklin's over. And we'll see how many overs he gives himself. And that's taken Michael Carberry into the 40s now. He's on to 42. James Vince is on 13. The score's gone up to 185 for 2.
And Paul Sterling, the 12th man, is just leaving the field now in his sun hat. And is that Roland Jones or Harris who's come back onto the field?
I think that's Roland Jones who's come back on.
He's certainly got orange heels on his boots, hasn't he?
Seems to be the trend this season. And it's all change in the bowling attack at the moment. Dexter's been replaced at the northern end by Ollie Rayner, as we were suggesting a moment ago. So Ollie Rayner, who came over from Sussex a few seasons ago, good all-round cricketer, more of a one-day player, has got a few wickets I noticed in recent games. So it'll be interesting to see where Middlesex go with their spin option as the season goes on. But Ollie Rayner's the favoured option today, but as we were saying, it may have been a very close call between him and Patel. So
amongst the New Zealanders are not over here yet, I believe, Martin, are Williamson, Southey and McCullum. So that, you know, there's the main half of their team.
Rayner then comes in, bowls, and that one is cut just behind by James Vince, and to the man fielding at slip. And Rayner will be, it's -4 is the over 8 now, so he'll be looking to get some overs bowled quickly. And Vince is very correctly forward to this next one, and there's no run, and he beckons the ball to be thrown back to him very quickly, and he's back to his mark. I think Middlesex are looking to get some quick overs up till tea here, and this next delivery again very correctly played by James Vince.
-4 is quite serious, Martin, isn't it?
Well, it is. Yeah, that takes a lot of getting back, and they don't want to be caught out by that. As Rayner again bowls and played out on the offside by James Vince. Interesting to see if James Vince is quite happy to pat 6 of these down the wicket. As Rayner back to his mark, bowls, and that's short of a length, and he goes to cut that one, does James Vince, and he misses it. Could easily have got a little nick there, and Simpson takes it cleanly.
Looked too straight to me.
Yeah, it did look too straight to cut. And Rayner bowls, and Vince is correctly forward. So that's the end of decent over by Rayner, Ollie Rayner. That's his first over. So that's 7 bowlers by Middlesex now. 6
So
bowlers.
yeah, Rayner had
That's right.
had bowled already
Yes.
today.
Oh,
Martin,
of course,
hadn't he?
yes. Rayner had bowled. He bowled the obligatory over, didn't he, before lunch? So it's 54 overs gone now, 42 remaining today. So 10 overs until the tea interval, and we're assuming that Middlesex are probably trying to give their quicker bowlers a bit of a rest. Franklin's continuing from the pavilion end. He's got the most attacking of fields. He's got a couple of slips in, gully fielder, but he's got a number of fielders out for maybe the not so good delivery, and this next one is through to keeper Simpson outside the off stump. Carberry lets it go, so he's got man on the deep cover boundary and at deep mid wicket. Fine leg, or long leg rather, and so a bit of an in-out field here at the moment. And Franklin back to his mark, comes in, bowls to Carberry. Again, Carberry very watchful of that. That goes through to the keeper. Crowd building up quite nicely here. Certainly more than we're here this morning. Lots of people, of course, have other things they like to do on a Sunday morning, and we do see the crowd build up quite nicely by this stage in the afternoon. And this growing crowd watching one of Hampshire's better batting performances this season, as Franklin loops one up, and Carberry reads that one well, and he's over that. He's hit that through the covers. That's one, that's two, and they're going to run through. These two run very well together, and they're through for a third one. So Michael Carberry then goes up to 45, Vince on 13, 188 the score. These two came together at 160 when Jimmy Adams was out, when he played one on to James Harris for 61. Looked to be on for a big score, Jimmy Adams, and he'd be disappointed that he wasn't the man to take Hampshire on to hopefully a big score, as James Franklin bowls, and that's a little wide outside the off stump, and Vince lets that one go through to the keeper.
It should be added, I think, Martin, it was a good Yorker from Harris that got Adams out.
Yeah, and I think Harris's performance had been a little bit variable. He pulled it back with a good second spell just after lunch, after a poor first spell, but certainly he'll be disappointed in his bowling performance today, as Franklin bowls, and that's onto the legs of James Vince, and he flicks that down to the man, fine leg, for a single. So Vince goes on to 14, Carberry goes on to 45, the score goes up to 189 for 2. 54 overs bowled, 42 remaining. So this just the sort of performance Hampshire have been needing, where they can look to get runs on the board and give their bowlers something to bowl at, which hasn't always been the case this year. And that's a wide delivery. That's why he's got cover out there, James Franklin, and he finds the man on the offside boundary, and comfortable single there for Michael Carberry. He keeps strike. End of the over, and the score is now 190 for 2.
Yeah, I think there must be rustiness on the part of James Franklin there, Martin, because you wouldn't want to bowl short outside the off stump to Carberry deliberately, would you?
No, absolutely not. He's one of the best players of on the offside in county cricket. Very consistent performer for Hampshire over a number of seasons now. Rayner will continue from the northern end. Bowled a good first over, or first over in this second spell. James Vince nearly edged one, but let's see what Michael Carberry does as he comes in again, bowls, and Carberry watchfully forward, plays that out on the leg side. There's no run, and Rayner very much wanted to get some quick overs in here, and he bowls, and Carberry's forward. Again, that's played out on the offside, and there's again no run. Simpson feels quickly off his bowling, and Middlesex are, you can see, are trying to speed things up here to get that over rate down from -4, but somebody will have to chase that one, and that one has gone all the way. Michael Carberry has gone down the wicket and has hit that superbly over the top, and hit Ollie Rayner for the first 6 that we've seen today. Super shot that, John.
That's right, Martin, and you hear the applause there for Carberry's 50.
Absolutely, so he goes very quickly from 46 to 52, so second Hampshire batsman to get past 50. Jimmy Adams only went a little further to 61. Carberry's more than capable of big scores. Hampshire supporters will be hoping he can do that today, as this next one gets Carberry onto the back foot, plays that down the wicket, and there's no run. So Carberry won't want Rayner just to get and settle and bowl 5 or 6 cheap overs before lunch. That'll give him something to think about, and Carberry won't be tempted to play a rash shot, and he's just waiting his time, and he plays that next delivery back to Rayner, who's very quickly back to his mark. Comes in, bowls round the wicket, and Michael Carberry back onto his stumps. Plays that down the wicket, there's no run, and the score at the end of the 56th over, so there's 40 overs to go, is Hampshire are 196 for 2, James Vince is on 14, and Michael Carberry on 52.
Yeah, I don't want to be a pessimist, Martin. I usually leave that to the absent John Young, but the clouds that are appearing from the southwest at the moment are a little bit darker than the ones that are already ahead of us.
Well, I think the forecast is reasonable. I don't think there's too much rain forecast, so hopefully it doesn't sort of turn to anything and spoil and disrupt Hampshire just when they're in full flow. And I think what Hampshire would want to do now is not allow, Middlesex will want to get to lunch, to tea rather, by bowling 8 fairly cheap overs, as Franklin comes in and bowls, and Vince plays that out elegantly on the offside. It's fielded. Not the greatest leg movement, foot movement there by James Vince, rather sort of hung the bat out for that one.
I think that was stopped with a kneecap.
Yes,
by
yeah.
the cover point there.
And
he's taking his time to get up.
He is indeed, yes. Yes, we've all felt those over the years, and we will empathise with the fielder there in the covers. So Franklin back to his mark, comes in 20 metre or so run up, left arm medium, and that's short of a length, and that got what it deserved. The man at cover just had to watch that go wide of him, and not a great delivery by Franklin, and that is the 200 up for Hampshire. Very warm applause by this growing crowd that I was saying, who I'm sure many were here to enjoy a very good first 2020 win on Friday night, and they'll be hoping that this might be the start of a bit of a comeback for Hampshire in the county championship. So 200 for 2. This is just the sort of conditions that James Vince would like. Too often this season, as a flamboyant stroke maker, he's come in with much less on the board than this, as Franklin comes in and bowls to James Vince, who's correctly forward.
He's now halfway to the score that we used to joke that he always got out for, 36.
Yes, he did have a spell where he liked to come in and play very elegant and watchful type of cameo innings, but I mean, this stage last season he'd scored sort of 700 or 800 runs, but it's time to pull it around, and this next delivery he hits him on the pad. He went to pull that to leg and seemed to miss that, and seemed to keep low, John. Yeah. So
yeah, it's happened a couple of times today. I think both times to Jimmy Adams when he was batting at this end. He went for pull shots that didn't bounce as much as he anticipated.
Well, I suppose the Hampshire bowlers won't mind if there's a little bit of that. They've got 200 runs on the board and only 2 wickets down. So if there is a little bit of variable bounce in this, they may be able to take advantage later in this game, as Franklin bowls and Vince very correctly forward to this one, gets to the pitch of the ball and plays that out on the offside, and there's no run.
I wonder, you know, Martin, whether if James Vince continues with this lack of form, whether he might think of changing his style, because I read that when Kenny Barrington in the mid-50s was looking to get in the England team, he asked Alec Bedser what he should do, and he said make big scores, and so he deliberately chose a different method.
Franklin comes in again, and Vince plays that out on the offside, defensively correctly forward, and that's the end of the over. It's the end of the 57th over in the Hampshire innings, and they're on exactly 200 for 2. James Vince on 18, Michael Carberry on 52.
Yeah, the point I was going to make there was although you know, the change in style was successful in that he nailed down an England place which he held for a long time and scored thousands of runs for his country, he was a lot less attractive to watch while doing it. Yes, and I think it would be a key time in James Vince's career. Lots of Test cricket coming up for England, and a number of changes in personnel. But it's back to Ollie Rayner coming in to bowl to Michael Carberry from the northern end. Right arm off spinner round the wicket to the left-hander. It's Carberry hitting for 6 in the last over. Let's see how he deals with this over. And looped up there by Rayner, slightly to the leg side. Carberry's correctly forward. Rayner might just be trying to tempt him. He's got man at mid-on and mid-off, so he's hoping that Carberry might go over the top. And that one is short. Carberry cuts that away on the offside nicely, but it's to the man at point who fields, and there's no run. So Rayner quickly back to his mark, trying to get through some quick overs here, and bowls, and again Carberry correctly forward, plays that out, no run, overweight still at -4, so they will be hoping to get that down gradually as this innings goes on, as Rayner bowls, and again cut away onto the offside by Carberry. Again, the man at point comes in, and there's no run. He's pushing it through quite quickly now. Yes, he is. Yes. He's he just gave one a little bit of flight early in the over, but he is trying to push it through. Just take stock. Let's see what he does with this next delivery. And again, slightly slower, slightly fuller ball, and Carberry is correctly forward there. So maiden over, and to Ollie Rayner. So the score is still 200 for 2. Vince still on 18 and Carberry on 52. These two have put on exactly 40 now. It's been good to see partnerships for Hampshire. I've been seeing this season losing wickets in twos. So when Dawson went in that difficult half hour up till lunch, they would have been happy to have got to lunch without losing another wicket. Then saw a good partnership through the afternoon with between Adams and Carberry, and when Jimmy Adams was out to a good delivery by James Harris, these two have now put together 40 runs. So partnerships helping Hampshire at the moment as Franklin comes in to bowl, and again we see James Vince nicely forward, plays that out on the offside, and there's no run. So Franklin then, skipper today, comes in, bowls, and nicely back on his stumps for James Vince, plays that out onto the leg side. James Franklin, who took the decision to put Hampshire in this morning, would be disappointed that Hampshire have got to 200 with just 2 wickets down. I'm sure he would have been hoping this in-form Middlesex team would have had them maybe the same sort of score, but for sort of 7 or 8 wickets. But it's going to be hard work to
get through this Hampshire batting lineup now. As Franklin bowls a fuller ball, Vince gets the pitch the ball, plays that down the wicket. That's fielded by the man at mid-off.
I haven't seen Franklin play for a while, Martin.
No.
But he looks. I know we're not directly behind the pitch, but he looks as if he's falling away a bit to his right as he delivers the ball.
Yes, indeed. He certainly he is inclined to spray it around a little bit. Actions, as you say, not quite there at the moment. Although his next delivery just tucks James Vince up, goes to play that on the offside, just squirts out, and there's no run. So Hampshire have played very well this morning and afternoon, 200 for 2, so they'll be looking to see the next 6 overs through until the tea interval. As Franklin comes in, left arm over the wicket, bowls, and Vince hits that out on the offside. That goes straight to a fielder, and there's no run.
He's still giving a bit of an impatient aura, isn't he? Do you feel that?
Yes. I think a lot of the cricketers and bowlers around the country will know if you can tuck him up, and he is likely to sort of lose patience. Doesn't like not scoring, and this next one again is not very well played by James Vince, has to be said. A slowish bouncer by James Franklin, and James Vince doesn't really deal with that one very well. He does get it down, but that was in the air for a little while, and I don't think he'll be too happy with that single that he's got. So at the end of the 59th over, that takes the score up to 201 for 2. I will vacate the position. I think John is going to take the mic, and my place will be taken in a moment by Ken Maxted.
Thank you, Martin. And I notice that the scoreboard is now showing -3, so the introduction of Ollie Rayner to the attack has been successful to some extent. Middlesex have lowered the over 8 deficit to 3 overs. And Rayner is continuing from the northern end, bowling to Vince, who goes back and hammers the ball through the covers for 4. Not a good delivery from the tall off spinner. But particularly with the first ball of the over, because that's taken the pressure off Hampshire to score for the next 5 deliveries. Vince has gone on to 23 now. Carberry's on 52, and a total 205 for 2. As Rayner bowls again. Vince uses his feet to get up the pitch there, and then plays the ball defensively towards mid-off. Fielded by the man at extra cover. Rayner bowls again, and Vince plays a cut shot, which looks slightly risky to me, in that the ball may well have been taken off the stumps there, and it wasn't short particularly. I think perhaps he should have played it defensively. Rayner again, and he goes back and cuts, and this takes the top edge. It's heading down for the third man boundary. Harris will intercept it, but Carberry's coming back for a third run, and that was just a bit too close to the slip fielder there for comfort there. I think it was nowhere near where Vince intended the ball to go, and could easily have ended up in Slip's right hand. The Slip now has put the helmet on and gone to short leg now, and different fielders come in to Slip. I think that may well be Franklin, as Carberry faces Rayner round the wicket, and this first ball is just pushed square on the leg side straight to the short leg fielder. Ken Maxted's appeared next to me as Rayner bowls again, and this is down the leg side. Would have been a 1-day wide, but It's the last ball of Rayner's over. 208 for 2. Hello, Ken.
Hello, John. I seem a stranger. I'm just getting my eyes readjusted to seeing the cricket instead of faces around me, because we've been having a meeting. Listeners probably wonder from time to time how it might be that a system of volunteers all manage to get things going. Well, we don't always. It sometimes doesn't work, but we've had a meeting to try to work out more efficient ways of making sure that we provide a better service and a more reliable service. We seem generally recently to get the hospital service working okay, but our Hong Kong base has had 1 or 2 problems. But we've been working through those this afternoon, and we're now sent a team over to inspect the northern end where we shall be soon, to check that the cabling and everything else over there will suit what we want to do by the time we go there.
Thank you, Ken. We've got a bowling change at the pavilion end now. James Franklin has come off and has been replaced by Neil Dexter, the right arm medium pace bowler. His first ball short outside the off stump, and Vince square cuts it for a single to the man on the cover boundary. Those dark clouds that were coming in from the southwest have moved across us now. They are in front of us, but it's not dark enough for the floodlights to be brought on, and there's sort of a slight sense of the sun coming out perhaps behind us somewhere. It looks a little bit lighter in the middle now. I don't think they're rain-bearing clouds, but they are quite low. Dexter now round the wicket to Carberry, who leaves this ball alone. It's outside the off stump. Dexter bowling with 2 slips and a gully. Must be said that his pace by first-class standards is pretty gentle. And the sun has broken through as Dexter runs in again. Outside the off stump, and no interest from Carberry at all. Dexter has one of the wickets to have fallen so far today. Harris has the other one, and that's pretty tough on Finn and Roland Jones, who opened the bowling and have arguably been the 2 best bowlers for Middlesex. Dexter again. And Carberry makes a late decision not to play that ball. Late but correct, I think. He's on 52 and Vince is on 27. Dexter, right arm round the wicket. And this is down the leg side. Carberry thinks about playing a shot and then thinks better of it. Dexter, formerly Middlesex captain, South African born, bowls again. Outside the off stump, no shot from Carberry. It's the end of the over. Perhaps Dexter a little bit lucky to get away with just a single.
Hampshire progressing well though on the whole, aren't they, John? They may not have been scoring quite as rapidly as they would have hoped, but it's still now over 3 and over, I think, isn't it?
Yes, it's comfortably over 3 and over now, isn't it?
Scares early on, when the new ball was in the hands of Finn and Roland Jones, it's now a much healthier position. And Hampshire haven't really built on a good start at all this season, and they've already got their first batting point, which is a good sign.
Yeah, they look serious today, don't they? And Vince goes down the pitch, and he's going to be out. Caught it deep mid-on there, lofting Rayner into the leg side. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball, and it went much higher than he intended. And not a terribly difficult catch by first-class standards.
Not a terribly well thought out shot at this stage, I would say. And at 27, I'm not talking about his age, but his score, that is about one of his highest scores of the season. I think his batting average is about 13 or 14. And he'll be very disappointed to have lost his wicket there as he walks his way in now. There's a weak applause, but he's not looking very happy, and I'm not surprised. So 2 wickets down then, but Michael Carberry, as has been his custom this season, John, is getting his head down and has accumulated yet another 50.
Yes, I'm not sure why he felt the need to attack Rayner there, because you know they're scoring about 3.5 and over.
Exactly,
which is acceptable, isn't it?
I mean, he's got to have a big innings, and one would have thought that he ought to sacrifice his attacking instincts at least till he got past 50. If you remember, when he was a young man, he's still only 24, I think, isn't he? But when he was about 20 or so, he kept getting out in the 30s, just like that.
I made that remark actually,
Did you?
before he came back in, that 36 was his default score, wasn't
Absolutely.
it? One time. And he's
Yeah.
only got 3/4 of the way to that today.
Yeah.
He's been replaced now by Will Smith, who's far less likely to be caught at deep mid-on. Gets a pat of encouragement from Carberry, who's taken the opportunity to take his helmet off and let the air get to his shaven head. Rayner's coming back over the wicket now. And interesting that the batsman didn't cross there. They were so sure that it was going to be caught. So there's a slip and a square short leg for Rayner now as he bowls to Smith, who drives the ball just to the leg side of the stumps there, and it's fielded from mid-on. No run. Rayner again, and Smith stretches forward and plays it square on the offside, so gently that Simpson's able to do the fielding from behind the stumps. Rayner again, and this one's played gently back to the bowler. Rayner bowls, and this time Smith waits for the ball, plays it back to the bowler. Rayner again, and this is driven, very much the same shot as earlier in the over, but this time they take a run, as it was hit harder and the fielder had to go further from mid-on. So Smith comfortably off the mark there, and Hampshire at the end of the over 210 for 3.
Making the point about Vince not needing to push the score along at that stage, and looking at some figures, it's interesting that already he himself was scoring at 71 runs per 100 balls, and that's a fast rate by anyone's standards. The other Hampshire batsmen, who've all been in for some time, or all had been in for some time and well established, 40.66 Jimmy Adams per 100 balls, 59, 52 for Dawson, 48 for Carberry. So Vince was going faster by far than all of them, and then he has to go for a 6 to get himself out.
Here's Dexter again from the pavilion end, and Smith plays it defensively to mid-off. Yeah, surely the only explanation, Ken, is that the problems are all in Vince's head. It's not a question of technique or anything, is it? It's decision making.
Yep, you're right, and it did look last season as if he had overcome that, but regression at the moment.
And that's wide of off stump and left alone by Smith. I mean, really, the bowler didn't get him out there, did he? He got himself out. It's a bit gloomy over the ground now. Not the mood, but the grey clouds closed in a bit. It's Dexter bowls. Smith lets this one through on the offside. Ian Gould looks as if he's desperate to talk to somebody.
The lonely job of an umpire. one of the reasons why I would never have been an umpire. I did enough house cricket and school cricket to realise that.
Dexter again. This is outside the off stump. No shot from Will Smith.
Just looking at the weather situation, there are a few showers around in southern England, but of no great size or extent. And I think we should get away with it today, but not so tomorrow. I fear tomorrow is going to be quite different.
Dexter again. And this played off the back foot, a little uncertainly by Smith there. Went to mid-off, no run. And we failed to notice, Ken, that Middlesex's first bonus point is up on the board now, having taken 3 wickets.
Hampshire 30 runs, 40 runs short of their next one.
Dexter again. And Smith forward, plays it to extra cover. It's the end of the over. 210 for 3.
Listeners have just been joining us. This is the outside broadcast unit of Southampton Hospital Broadcasting Association, broadcasting to the local hospitals, but also online via the internet to places at distant parts of the world. And some of the listeners in those places won't be aware what the weather's doing here, but I suppose it's a typical spring day for England. It's probably about 13 degrees outside, I would think, but it is at least dry.
Rayner is bowling round the wicket from the northern end to Carberry, stretches forward, plays defensively. The ball just reaches the bowler. Rayner again. And played back to the bowler again by the left-hander. Rayner bowls. Bit of loop here, and Carberry drives the ball into the covers, off the ground, bounces up to the fielder there, who just falls to his right to stop the ball. No run. A slip and a square short leg in for Rayner bowling to Carberry. And this one, Carberry goes for a quick single to mid-off, and I think he caught the fielder napping a bit there. Looked like he wasn't expecting him to run, and they made it pretty easily. Carberry goes on to 53. Rayner now switches back over to the wicket to bowl to the right-handed Will Smith. And Smith square cuts, but I was going to say doesn't get a run, and then thought they were going to get one because it was a misfield by Harris, but they decided not to take the chance, probably wisely. Rayner again. And Smith drives straight to mid-on, didn't really have to move, hit a bit too firmly to get a run, and Rob Bailey takes a bail off at the bowler's end to indicate that the tea interval has arrived, with Hampshire at 211 for 3. Smith's just got the 1 run, and Michael Carberry is on 53 not out, so Hampshire have lost 2 wickets in this afternoon session. Jimmy Adams was the first to go. He played on to a good Yorker from James Harris and scored 61, and then his replacement at the crease, James Vince, has just been dismissed 2 overs before the tea interval by Ollie Rayner when he went up the pitch and went to hit him over mid-on, but skied the ball and was caught at deep mid-on for 27. And we're now going to put you back to the studio now, and we'll return in about 20 minutes time to bring you the evening session of this county championship match between Hampshire and Middlesex.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is Ken Maxted at the Ageas Bowl, welcoming you back to the first day of this county championship match between Hampshire and Middlesex. The players are just emerging from the pavilion after tea, and Hampshire, having been put into bat when Middlesex won the toss this morning, will be resuming their first innings on 211 for 3. The men at the wicket are Michael Carberry on 53 and Will Smith, who's on 1. And the men out so far today are, and I'm just looking to see if we've got a scorecard anywhere near us. John Townsend's just joined me. Yes. I've been at meetings much of the day. John Townsend's come in now, and he can update you with regard to what's been going on, and also take commentary through for the next 10 minutes or so.
The only wicket to fall before lunch was Liam Dawson, who was caught behind off Dexter for 36. Jimmy Adams went next after lunch for 61. He played on to a Yorker from James Harris, and the third wicket was James Vince, who lofted the ball to deep mid-on off Ollie Rayner for 27. And Steve Finn bowling again now from the pavilion end, runs in long way, right arm fast medium to Michael Carberry, outside the off stump, no shot from the Hampshire batsman. Steve Finn hasn't bowled for quite a long time now, so he should be quite fresh. He's just had some refreshment as well, so he's probably keen to get back to work. Bowling with 2 slips and a gully. Very tall man, runs in again. And again Carberry lets the ball go through to wicketkeeper John Simpson. I think the light's a bit better now than it was before tea. Not that it was terribly dark, but I can see through the perspex above us that there is blue sky up there, and that's indicative of the better light. Finn again, and this ball definitely beats Michael Carberry. He played at that one, and it went through chest high on the offside, just defeated the outside edge of his bat, and probably moved as well because John Simpson dived to his left to take the ball. I thought initially that Carberry had hit it, but that didn't happen. Not sure that there's anybody taller than Steve Finn playing county cricket at the moment. And he comes again. Oh, that was a short ball from Finn, but not terribly short. And Michael Carberry actually looked like a limbo dancer evading that one, Ken, didn't he?
Second time today, and this was even lower, wasn't it? He almost had the back of his neck on the ground. With leaning backwards.
It was good quality limbo dance.
Very much so, and he actually got up without putting the bat down to lever himself up with his hands.
That's quite impressive. Here comes Stephen Finn again. And not a good shot from Michael Carberry. It looked a bit of a reaction from the short ball. It was short again, but outside the off stump, and Carberry tried to hit it over the slips and failed to make contact, and that's the second time that he's done it. And it quite frankly, it looks like a shot to avoid.
Yeah, he's asking for trouble, isn't it? At the very best, he was going to get a snick over the slips. It was far too high to get any power, and far too high to play over the ball to hit it down through the field.
Yeah, I don't think it's a fast enough pitch either, Ken, to do that on. It's Finn again, and Carberry plays the ball along the ground to gully there. End of the over. Middlesex running between the fielding positions as they should do, because they're still -3 on the over rate, which is not good news. They were -4 at one point, which is quite a serious position. Basically that means they've bowled 3 overs fewer than they should have done by this stage of the game. And the sun comes out. It's really a wrong description of what happened, isn't it? It's the clouds moving, really, Ken.
Well, yes, the sun would feel quite insulted if it was told he was coming out.
And Toby Rowland-Jones is going to bowl from the northern end there, not too surprisingly. He hasn't bowled for a while now either. Right arm fast medium, very long run up. Bowls to Will Smith, who plays no shot. And having said that the over rate's -3, it's now -2. Which is rather strange because we've just had one over from a quick bowler with a long run up.
Just seen a picture of a wedding party having their post-wedding meal at the far end. Probably there's a bride there having the best seat on the ground on the first day it's been open while cricket has been on, and maybe her first visit to a cricket ground, who knows.
Rowland-Jones bowls again, and again there's no shot from Will Smith. Ought to add here that Will Smith only came to the crease just before tea, so he didn't really have much time to play himself in then, and obviously he's now got to start all over again after the interval. He's one not out. Two slips and a gully here for Toby Rowland-Jones. One of the most promising of the young quicker bowlers in England. Bowls again, and this is edged by Smith and falls just short of, I think that's Ollie Rayner at second slip. Dives to his right and stops the ball. They don't get a run, but it was almost a triumph for Middlesex there.
Yes, it just didn't have enough bounce in it to carry as far as the diving slip, and Hampshire feel a little bit relieved to think that one of the various balls that have passed them at greater height but they didn't touch, the one they touch didn't have quite enough pace on it to get to the slip.
Here's Rowland-Jones again, and this is a shorter ball outside the off stump, left alone by Will Smith. Who goes forward and prods a pitch nowhere near where the ball just pitched.
There's been enough prodding going on out there today to suggest that there's some visible mischief, but on the other hand, when they've played a good shot, it's certainly travelled fast off the bat, John, hasn't it?
So that's true. Rowland-Jones runs in again, right arm over the wicket, and Smith goes forward and then doesn't play a shot. Lifted his bat high out the way. Now he goes closer to where the ball's been pitching. Rowland-Jones turns and runs in. He's got the longest run-up of the Middlesex bowlers. And forces Smith back defensively there. Plays it to mid-on. It's the end of the over, and Middlesex again showing some alacrity in getting to their fielding positions.
Yes, the Hampshire batsmen will soon have to consider that themselves. They're scoring at a rate of round about 3 and over, but they want to accelerate because they don't want to be left with wickets in hand when they get to the critical stage of collecting the final bonus points that are available, and they would hope that they will bat fast enough and long enough, John, I think, to get the full 5, and that would be for the first time this season.
That's right. Here comes Finn, and Carberry plays at that one. It goes through the slips for 4.
It was off the bat because of the signal, but
definitely
before they went to fetch the ball, the two slips were looking at each other. One held his hands out and shrugged his shoulders as if to say, what happened there?
I think it may have gone between them.
Well, that won't be the first time today that a ball has passed between the slips. The first time it happened before the batsman had even touched it or deflected it, because it was so fast and moved so rapidly off the pitch. that it beat all three, the wicketkeeper and the two slips, and went for 4 byes. But that was this morning. That one was definitely runs. It's off the bat, so presumably it's technically a chance if it's gone between 2 slips.
I think so. Carberry has moved on to 57 with the first runs of the evening session, and then plays and misses this time. Not a very good shot, I think, from the Hampshire man.
I got the feeling that that one stayed a bit low, didn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right, Ken.
And if the wicket's starting to play up, then it may not be a bad idea to have 215 on the board with only 3 down at this stage, because perhaps this isn't going to be a typical Ageas Bowl wicket, which tends to be a lively start, but then to become a little bit more docile.
Here comes Finn. And this is played down to the third man by Carberry. It may cross the rope. I think it's just, yes, it's helped across by the fielder diving. Yeah, it was a controlled defensive shot really there that he played into the gap quite well. And so he moves on to 61 now, and the total is 219 for 3. I was going to say it's difficult for them to accelerate at the moment with a new batsman at the crease, because James Vince was out just before the tea interval, and so Smith is not really contributing to the scoring at the moment. Here's Finn again, bowling to Carberry, who plays the ball down to long leg this time, just jogs a single. Not the place to bowl to him on his legs. It's the end of the over. Carberry's on 62 and the total's 220 for 3, and Martin Pritchard is going to take over the commentary.
Thanks, John. And Steve Finn showed his annoyance there. He kicked at a lot of dust. Disappointed with that last delivery. That was very easy for Michael Carberry. Steve Finn's bowled very well today. Hasn't got the wickets that his efforts have deserved, and I think that one showed in his frustration there. But he's got the newish batsman Will Smith facing, and Smith very correctly back and plays that one out nicely. I think Will Smith replacing James Vince just before tea. Very different type of batsman. Vince, who we were saying needed to find some form and some runs. Didn't seem to find some form. A very nervous, edgy innings, but he'd be very disappointed the way he got out just before tea, trying to play Ollie Rayner over the top, and really not hitting the ball very well, and finding Neil Dexter at mid-off. And this next delivery by Finn is another quick one that the batsman Will Smith allows to go to wicketkeeper John Simpson. That's the end of the over. So the score is 220 for 3. It's 67 overs. So there's 29 overs remaining. And Will Smith, who came in just before tea, still trying to find his way, is on 1. Michael Carberry, with a couple of boundaries in the previous over, has moved on nicely to 62. And I welcome Simon Vincent, who's come in next to me.
Hi, Martin.
Hi, Simon. It's good performance by Hampshire today. I'm sure James Vince would have been very disappointed with his dismissal, but Michael Carberry batting well, and he's top scorer at the moment, 62, just past Jimmy Adams' score, and he'll add 1 to that as he turns it nicely down to fine leg when it's fielded, and there's 1 more run. So Carberry moves on to 63, Smith on to 1. So we've had some decent partnerships today for Hampshire. 85 for the first wicket between Adams and Dawson, before Dawson was out for 36. Then a good partnership of 75 with Michael Carberry, Adams and Carberry. And then another of 49 as Roland Jones comes in and bowls. And that's nicely played on the offside by Will Smith. Looking at the state of the game at the moment, 67 overs bowled. Middlesex will get a second new ball at 80 overs, so I would imagine that they would look to use their main bowlers now. They'll be mindful of the second new ball. In their eyes, if they can pinch another wicket, they'll want to put pressure on new batsmen and hopefully then use the new ball with the lower order. Hampshire will want to continue and not lose any wickets as Roland Jones bowls a slightly wider one, and Smith, who's a very patient batsman, batted well in the last match at Headingley. He's been another of the Hampshire middle order who've been looking to get some runs under their belt, so he'd be pleased to have had time in the middle. And Dave Allen, who was at that match, was telling me it was a very good solid innings by Will Smith, and he will certainly hold that end up as Roland Jones comes in again to bowl, and Smith is forward, lets that one go, and John Simpson has to dive very well away to his left. He's not had the easiest of days, John Simpson. Number of byes conceded. Some he'd be disappointed with, others I think have been a little bit unlucky where the ball has bounced in front of him, and he is facing a very good, very tall attack, and lots of different trajectories of the ball coming to him. So Roland Jones, tall man, coming in from the northern end, bowls, and Smith doesn't get all of that, gets the bottom end of the bat, but gets enough on it to run one, to run two. It's fielded, and they think about a third, may have just pinched it, but Will Smith's quite happy with two, so he'll be pleased with that. So two more runs, 2-2-3 the score, 63 for Carberry, 3 for Smith. And Will Smith, a very important cog, had a very good season for Hampshire last season, one of their players of the season. And being a player who's had a bit of an up and down career, he'll want to ensure that he gets a good second season as well as he faces Roland Jones. And again, Smith very correctly forward. And again, the Middlesex fielders who are moving very quickly in trying to get this score over rate up. It was -4. That means they were 4 overs below what they should be. It's now -2. So at the end of 68 overs, that takes the score to 223 for 3. Smith's on 3, Carberry on 63.
Yeah, and another good score from Michael Carberry. It's he's over 100 runs ahead of any other Hampshire batsman so far this season in the averages, and you know it's really sort of showing today, isn't it? He just looks very comfortable at the crease. Hasn't been challenged by much.
Yes, and interesting. He's playing at 3, and I think if he's happy and he's scoring the runs at 3, that'll be the right position for him. And he'll face Steve Finn now, and Finn bowls, and again Carberry lets that one go through to Simpson. Good carry by Finn. Been very impressed with his bowling performance today. Steady. He's threatened the batsman. Bowled some good short deliveries, and apart from a couple of overs in mid-afternoon, he's kept it pretty tight. So sun covering the ground at the moment, delightful conditions, and Steve Finn comes in from the pavilion end, bowls, and Michael Carberry thinks about that one, but leaves that one go through to John Simpson, so there's no run.
I'm not sure whether Michael Carberry would thank me for saying this really, but I can't help but feel with the question marks still over the opening spot for England, the smart betting seems to be on Adam Lyth being given a go, the Yorkshireman, and clearly Trott didn't work out there in the West Indies. I just wonder whether there's still a part of him that just thinks maybe I could play again.
Steve Finn comes in and bowls, and again Michael Carberry lets that one go. Yes, I thought he was very unlucky in the Ashes tour. I don't think he did much wrong. He did a lot of good work in occupying the crease and made it easier for some of the later batsmen. and he just needed to sort of kick on in a few innings. But I thought he was unlucky to be discarded, and certainly I thought he should have been given a chance in at least one of the one-day games after the Test series. But it wasn't to be. Steve Finn, who also has got something to prove, comes in, bowls, and that's a good delivery. Carberry played that one, and he missed that one, and that one went through to Simpson, who had to dive away to his left-hand side, took the ball, and again, good pace there by Steve Finn.
Of course, another one who's on the field of play today as well, who has something to prove, and in a very similar way to Carberry, is Sam Robinson. Of course, he's playing for Middlesex, and he'll be opening up for them today. Absolutely,
and also with Nick Compton, I think we've got the three most unluckiest opening batsmen for England in recent years, and Michael Carberry, one of them, plays that out nicely on the offside. I have to say I was very much against Nick Compton being dropped after he scored 200s against New Zealand 2 years ago, and looked as though he was cementing his place. And Sam Robson, who'd come in, he'd got 150, an average of over 30. It wasn't disastrous. I just felt he was a bit unlucky too. And but good luck to Adam Lyth. He deserves his chance, as this next delivery is played out on the offside by Michael Carberry, and that's the end of another over. That's the end of the 69th over. So the score has moved on here at the Ageas Bowl to 223 for 3. Will Smith's on 3. Michael Carberry is on 63, highest score of the day so far. So we're saying Liam Dawson 36, Jimmy Adams 61, and James Vince 27. The men out so far. So a good. It'll be Hampshire will be happy that it's a consistent start by their first 4. And Will Smith, number 5, will be hoping that he can join that list of batsmen getting a good start.
Of course, Hampshire fans will remember, some of them, Adam Lyth scoring 133 and then a 98 in 2 consecutive innings against Hampshire back in 2010, I think that was. Toby Rowland-Jones comes in and reared up at Will Smith, didn't it?
Yes. And that's just gone wide, and there'll be 2 runs, and Rowland-Jones stands in the middle of the pitch, gives it a double teapot, and he's been unlucky. And the Middlesex bowlers have been unlucky. They've put a good shift in today, but Hampshire, who've not had a great deal of luck really, maybe just finding a little bit of luck, a little bit of good form, and they have sort of stuck it out. Certainly this morning, Dawson and Adams against the new ball had to hang on in there as they took a few in the rib cage, and they needed all the protective gear they had this morning. Rowland-Jones coming in at a good pace now, and he bowls, and that one gets through to wicketkeeper John Simpson, and that's left by Will Smith, who's on 5, Carberry on 63. So these two have put on 16 together since James Vince was out just before tea. So the points, 1 each, 1 for Middlesex for having achieved 3 Hampshire wickets, and Hampshire achieved 1 when they passed 200. So they'll be hoping that they can get up to 250 and get that second point fairly soon, as Rowland-Jones comes in. And Will Smith plays that correctly down the wicket, and again there's no run. Beautiful conditions now at the Ageas Bowl. Lovely sunshine, and the ground absolutely bathed, and this good-looking crowd, over 1,000, 1,200 maybe, here today, enjoying some very good championship cricket. Good to see some championship cricket on a Sunday. It's nice here the other night, watching 2020, and for those who like championship cricket, they've been entertained today. And that's a good shot there by Will Smith. Got to the pitch of the ball, played that out on the offside, nicely fielded. So there's no run there. It's this is good championship cricket, Simon. Good, 2 good teams. Hampshire with a good-looking batting lineup, experienced batsmen, getting the runs that have eluded some of them earlier in the season against top of the table team. So this is a really good test, and I think everyone who's here is really enjoying a good day's play in good conditions. As Roland Jones comes in and bowls, and a little waft there by Will Smith, and he could easily have got a little edge to that. And he just goes down, does a little bit of gardening, taps the wicket down. Michael Carberry comes to have a little chat with him, and Roland Jones is not having a lucky day. I think Finn and Roland Jones both have put a good spell in today. Neither of them have got a wicket, and they must think that their luck's not in.
Interestingly, when we were on commentary earlier in the day, I mentioned that those in the know about Middlesex seem to think that Toby Rowland-Jones is the one having a fantastic season, and I'll finish that thought after he's bowled this delivery.
As he comes in, bowls to Will Smith, and Smith is nicely forward, knocks that down the wicket, and it's the end of another over. That's the 70th over, so 96 to be bowled today, so 26 overs still to go. Hampshire still a little over 3 runs and over, so they'll be quite happy with their progress so far. 225 for 3, Will Smith's on 5, Michael Carberry on 63.
I was looking at some statistics before we came back on a minute ago, and he's only got 3 wickets this season, Toby Rowland-Jones. I mean, this is only his second match, but yeah, only 3 wickets in the other one. Whereas when you compare that, when you look at down the averages and down the wickets columns, and you've got Harris there with 30 already, that's kind of puts some perspective on that.
Well, Harris, who's not bowled particularly well today, but he has got one of the wickets. Finn and Roland Jones, as I was saying, have really toiled away between them, and Harris has got the one of the wickets, got Jimmy Adams with good delivery. So Harris is back now, and he bowls, and Carberry is very correctly forward. James Harris came over from Glamorgan a few seasons ago, had one of these dream debuts. Seem to be having a lot of dream debuts around at the moment. We had a couple of players get in centuries, I noticed, this season. Ollie Robinson down at Sussex, and there were a couple of others last week of players I'd not really heard of, and got some early success as Harris bowls to Carberry, and that one goes through. And James Harris, back in 2007 on one of his early games for Glamorgan, got 10 for in a match, and I think when he got 13 recently, I think that was the first time since his first season that he'd done that, and his top score is still from all the way back in 2007 when he scored 87 runs, and so he's one of these players who, as this next ball goes through to John Simpson, who's been knocking at the England door for a number of seasons now, has got some wickets under his belt, and he'll just want to see if he can get another wicket. And there's a second new ball due for Middlesex, so that Middlesex will know that these games so rapidly change, and if you can get if they were to get Michael Carberry out now with Will Smith only on 5, they'll feel that they can get through into this middle order. As a loud appeal there, but that may just afflict the pad of Michael Carberry, but the trajectory of that was that it was going to go well over, so Ian Gould did not give that much thought at all, and so I don't think much chance. That was born out of eternal optimism there from James Harris. Never going to get that one from international umpire Ian Gould. As Harris then comes in again and plays that to Michael Carberry, plays that out onto the offside into the gully point area, and that's fielded. There's no run.
I seem to remember a couple of seasons ago when Harris signed with Middlesex, he was sort of lauded, wasn't he, as being kind of almost the closest that county cricket gets to a sort of a big money signing. It's not the sort of thing that happens a lot in cricket. Certainly not like in football, and he sort of came on over, and there was a lot of fuss about it at the time, I remember, and he's sort of ever since then just kind of stuttered a little bit and struggled to get into the Middlesex side.
This Harris again comes in, bowls, and that's a short one, and Carberry I think knew that one early on. He decided to duck under that, allow that one to go through to wicketkeeper John Simpson. And that's the end of the over. That's the end of the 71st over. And the score's moved on to 225 for 3. Michael Carberry on 63, Will Smith on 5. So 2 batsmen have a chat in the middle. And it'll be interesting to see how Middlesex do this. And just seeing a bowling change. Yeah, it's Neil Dexter who's coming on. So I think the tactic by Middlesex was to attack after tea, and it may just be that with 71 overs gone they want to rest at least a couple of their bowlers. Maybe they want Roland Jones and Finn to rest until the second new ball. So it's Dexter now, comes in to bowl, and at brisk military medium, and Will Smith back on his stumps and plays that down the wicket. There's no run. Good performance by Dexter. He's one of these good performers in county cricket. Been around the circuit. Played a number of seasons at Kent. Moved along to Essex. He's had a few seasons at Middlesex where he's made good progress into the team. As he comes in, bowls. And Will Smith doesn't play that too comfortably. Seemed to be playing that slightly with the edge of the bat down the wicket. And Dexter did very well to come on in mid-afternoon, or rather late morning, and got the only wicket to fall before lunch, the wicket of Liam Dawson, caught behind, and he's kept it very tight all day as he comes in and bowls. That's on the legs of Will Smith, tries to turn it around. There's a man at mid-wicket, goes straight to him, so there's no run.
Interestingly, the body shape from Will Smith, when you were talking about playing the penultimate, the last ball bar one, slightly with the edge of his bat, the body shape was exactly the same for those 2 shots. The first one he didn't connect with properly, and it went off to the offside, and that one he did.
And this next delivery is hit with a little bit more conviction by Will Smith, this time on the offside, but there's a man in fairly close on the offside, and he feels that one very well, and therefore keeps it down to no run. So yeah, it may well be that Dexter and Harris continue for sort of another 8 or 9 overs, and I would then guess that Roland Jones and Finn would be back, as this next delivery by Dexter is played down the wicket by Will Smith, and there's no run. So 225 for 3. It's still the over 8 suggests that Middlesex need to get on with it, and again maybe another reason why Neil Dexter's bowling to they won't want to be behind on this over 8. You can end up losing points when you're top of the league. You don't want to lose a championship or anything by a point because of over 8s. So that's the end of the 72nd over. So the score has now moved to 225 for 3, or stayed at 225 for 3 rather. Smith still on 5, Carberry still on 63. So just looking, yes, James Harris continuing from the pavilion end. James Harris is in his 14th over now. He's had some fairly short spells through the day. We've seen Steve Finn bowl 17 overs, Toby Roland Jones bowl 18 overs, and Dexter, who's bowled 13, probably more than he would have expected. As Harris's next delivery goes through to wicketkeeper John Simpson, no run.
He's 1 for 62 at the moment off those 13 overs. He's not been extremely economical, going at 4.76 and over.
Yeah, looking at those rates there, Simon, apart from James Harris, I think most of the others would be fairly content that they've gone at sort of 2.5 or less. James Franklin's just bowled 4 for 16, so the Hampshire rate has mainly come off Harris going at 5 or so and over. But Hampshire will be quite content. 3 and over is sort of par. If you can 3 and over for a day, you can you're up virtually to 300 at the end of that day, and if you can do that for 3 or 4 wickets down and kick on the next day, most teams would look to be pushing for victory from those type of positions. So Harris back to his mark, comes in, round the wicket, persisting with that, and it certainly hasn't been giving so many runs away, coming from round the wicket into Michael Carberry, not giving him any room outside the off stump. I think they realise that Carberry, when he's got the ball away from him on the offside, is a really good time of the ball through that cover area, and they just want to tuck him up a little bit, get the ball coming into him. So that's the line that Harris is taking at the moment. As Harris comes in, bowls, that's short of a length, and well, he just fed, he just fed Michael Carberry where I was just describing, really, where his strength was. That was on the offside, that was slightly shorter, and Michael Carberry got superbly over the ball, cut that away. That was a great shot there, Simon.
It was, and you were entirely right. Actually, I was going to say there are two iconic shots of Michael Carberry that, when I look at the photographers here, when they bring me back photos, or when I was depressed, obviously here, one of them is that cut shot, and the other one is just the massive slog sweep over the other side.
So Harris comes in, and not so convincing. I think James Harris will be pleased with that one, and Michael Carberry less so. That was a rare, inelegant shot by Michael Carberry, and he could easily have edged that one to the slip. So he's a cool customer, and he will have a few words to himself and calm himself down, and he'll know that he's capable of big scores, and that's what Hampshire really need to kick on for the rest of the day and to kick on tomorrow and really have the momentum in this game. As Harris bowls, and a second good delivery by James Harris that beats Michael Carberry outside the off stump. So a bit of everything in that over, entertaining cricket. Score goes up by 4 with a great shot by Michael Carberry, some good deliveries by James Harris, but that's taken the score at the end of 73 overs to 229 for 3. Smith's on 5, Carberry on 67.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it's opened up a little bit. It felt in our earlier shift together like things were very cagey, and neither side sort of wanting to give too much, give too much away, and bowlers not wanting to give too much width or anything like that. But it feels like actually it's becoming more tactical now. They're trying things out.
Next one by Dexter is onto the legs of Will Smith, and he plays that out to the leg side for single, and a good understanding there with Michael Carberry, and they were off very quickly. And Will Smith's one of these guys who will give a batsman in form like Michael Carberry just what he wants. Michael Carberry will want the strike, and Will Smith, realising that, will be quite happy to tap singles. He won't be too worried by his own score. He's a real good team player. Will Smith's batted really wherever he's needed in this team. A good club man. As another no ball. They'll be disappointed there. Dexter's bowled a few no balls, as has James Harris. A few wides as well. There was an earlier wide by Neil Dexter, and he'll know at his sort of pace he shouldn't be giving either of those away. So easy additional ones. And Mr. Extras goes up to 35 as Dexter bowls a good delivery, and there's a loud appeal there.
They were convinced.
Michael Carberry immediately put his hand on his hip as though to say, no, I haven't hit that. Good delivery by Dexter. That looked as though, if in Rob Bailey's eyes, that he did not edge that, but if that did not take the edge, he got that to move away from the bat. Good delivery there. Confident appeal. Rob Bailey wasn't interested in that. And certainly Michael Carberry didn't suggest as though he edged it. Dexter back to his mark, and Carberry plays it out on the offside, fielded, and there's no run.
Well, I mean, those first 3 balls just go to emphasise what I was saying. I mean, the first ball, a single, was wasn't played out very far, but they ran it, and that they were off their marks really quickly, showing intent and getting some movement. Then a no ball from a guy who's a medium pacer, and then a wicket appeal.
And this next delivery is driven by Michael Carberry on the offside, straight to the man who fields. He turns to Neil Dexter.
I mean, and a wicket appeal that everybody behind the stumps. You've got a wicket keeper, and what's that? 3 slips there. All of them just looked absolutely convinced, and Carberry just looked completely unconvinced by the whole thing.
As Dexter then Rolls it down the leg side, and that one goes through to keeper Simpson, and there's no run. Will Smith goes down the wicket, has a little word with Michael Carberry. They'll know important time. They won't want to let Middlesex just get away with some quiet overs now, but they won't want to give a new batsman have to come in before the new ballers. Carberry plays it out nicely into the offside, straight to the man in the covers. There's no run, so at the end of the 74th over, Hampshire are 232 for 3. Will Smith's on 6, Michael Carberry on 67.
And even in that shot there, I mean, Carberry was so far out of his crease by the time the ball actually arrived. He really looks like he really fancies taking on some of these bowlers today. And like you say, you know, he can do that because he knows he has the support from Smith, because Smith's just very willing to take a couple of singles but basically play defensively and you know, grind the bowlers down, and Carberry can really take it to them. Carberry looks to me like he's wisened up to the plan, which is bowling round the wicket to him, and wants to take them on and prove them wrong.
James Harris returns from the pavilion end. All this 75th over. First delivery to Will Smith, played out on the offside. There's no run. And sunshine still covering most of the ground at the moment. Pleasant conditions for mid-May. It's been a bad start to the season. Some record temperatures and conditions in April, continuing here into May today. And next delivery by James Harris, again on the offside. Will Smith just plays that out. Re-practices shots that he would like to play, but he'll know his team just need him to stay in there now. They wouldn't want to have a new batsman coming in just before the second new ball, and for 2 or 3 Hampshire wickets to go down and to spoil what has been an excellent day for Hampshire so far. As James Harris comes in, and Will Smith watchfully lets that one go through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. So one of Hampshire's best starts to a championship game so far. They in their 2 home games where they've had the opposition bat first and getting big scores, they've not been in a position to push for victory. Got into a reasonable position at Edgbaston a couple of weeks ago as Harris bowls. This time it's on the legs of Will Smith, and he's enjoying it there, and it's nicely played out to the mid-wicket boundary, and it's fielded just on the boundary, and that will be 3 runs to Will Smith. So he goes from 6 up to 9, and the score will go on to 235 for 3.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice to see Hampshire winning in inverted commas, isn't it? You know, enjoying the better of a game, getting themselves on the front foot, and you know, obviously a lot depends on what happens tomorrow and everything else. But you know, just saying to another team, right, we've got a score now. You start chasing us. Scoreboard pressure.
Harris comes in, and that's edged. That is edged by Michael Carberry. Caught at slip. We think it's James Franklin. We'll tell you. We'll confirm that one in a moment. And Harris, who has beat Carberry a couple of times in the previous over, and he'll feel that he's deserved that wicket. And Michael Carberry, just like Jimmy Adams, has got out in the 60s. Adams made 61. Carberry is now out for 67. And James Harris, who's not had the greatest of days with the ball, he will look at the scoreboard and say, well, I've got 2 wickets. And, and James Franklin, confirmed for me, is the catcher, the skipper who put Hampshire into bat this morning, and he'll be quite glad that he's got that wicket. Up till this point it looked as though it hadn't been the greatest of decisions, but Michael Carberry has batted very well once more, gets a a generous round of applause from this goodish crowd here at the Ageas Bowl. And but that has changed things here. And as I was saying a moment ago, with just 6 overs to the new ball, with Will Smith on 9 and Adam Wheater, who's just about to come to the wicket, Middlesex will feel that they're into this game now, in with a chance of getting amongst this middle order. That's a good point for me to vacate this seat. John Townsend is coming into the seat next to me, and he will be joined in a moment by Roger Hart. I will leave you with Adam Wheater, the batsman, coming to the wicket with the score here at 235 for 4.
Thank you, Martin. Hampshire is still 15 runs short of their second bonus point. And Middlesex slightly closer to their next bowling point now with their 4th wicket. They need 6 wickets to get to a second bowling point. Now it's over to Roger Hart for further commentary.
Thank you, John. Well, Adam Wheater, who missed the last championship game through injury, takes guard. He's had 1 good innings this season, and Hampshire could do with a second one from him this evening and tomorrow morning if he stays there. 235 for 4, and we're into the 75th over, so the new ball due in 5 overs time, as Harris is in, bowls, and Wheater lets that one go through wide of off stump, taken fairly wide in front of first slip by the keeper. The end of the over, so good over there for Harris, who's beaten the bat quite a few times since the tea interval, bowling with pace and energy.
Looked like he swung that last ball,
yes.
Roger, judging from the wicket-keeper's
yes.
movement.
So it will be Neil Dexter, I suspect, who will continue until the new ball is due. Then we shall see Steve Fenn and Toby Rowland Jones in tandem as Dexter begins a new over from the northern end. Cut away by Will Smith. That's down towards the vacant third man area. No one there going to be able to chase it down. The ball was short of a length, and Will Smith just crouching down and getting right behind the line of that, dabbed it away through.
Best shot he's played yet,
yes, definitely, yes.
Roger, wasn't it?
Because it went where he intended. Played a very good drive through the onside in the previous over for 3, but that was a good shot. So he moves into double figures on 213, the total 239 for 4, and Hampshire now just 11 runs away from a second batting point. Middlesex have taken 1 point for bowling, as that is drawn Smith forward, the next delivery from Dexter.
I reckon that hit the splice there.
Yes, a little bit of extra lift. We've seen some uneven bounce, haven't we here, John? Which is never easy for batsmen.
It's tended to be of the lower variety rather than that last one.
Yes. Dexter's in again, bowls, and Smith covers up, plays down towards mid-on, and there's no run. 2 slips in place, the second of whom is doing some flexing exercises. We've got a man at shortish extra cover, about 15 yards from the bat. Backward point, fairly deep. Cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man down on the long leg boundary, fairly wide, and that's driven back nicely by Smith, and good work by Neil Dexter, who got his foot to the ball. I think probably mid-off fielder would have covered had Dexter not stopped that. Looking around the ground, not a huge crowd here today. Nothing like the numbers we had Friday evening. That's outside the off stump. A little bit extra lift there. And Smith lets that one go through. No run. Martin was saying this Hampshire's best first innings to date so far. They did get 300 against Warwickshire, but they were batting second there. No, they weren't. They were batting first, weren't they? But it's played off his pads down towards deep backward square leg for a single, and Smith will retain the strike with that single. Took him on to 14, and the total 240.
Roger, do you think that if they played county cricket on a Saturday now, that there'd be more people here?
Yes. Yes, the trouble is with the Friday evening 2020 programme, it rules out Saturday starts, which means there's only the one weekend day in the 4-day cricket. So until the school holidays, when perhaps crowds increase when people are off school and can come in on the weekdays, we shan't see big crowds.
No, I've got to say it suits me personally.
Yes. In comes new over from, who's bowling at the moment?
Signalled a wide there.
Harris. Well, it was a wide, wasn't it? Very wide.
It swung a lot though, didn't it?
Yes, it did. Harris, who took a wicket in his previous over, not getting his radar correct there. Extras move on to 35. Total 241. Harris moves in, bowls to Smith, who covers up, plays out on the onside. Not quite convincingly, wasn't where he intended, not the middle of the bat, but he managed to get a bat on it. Harris bowling with a bit of pace now. Yes, it suits you because you are involved on Saturdays with your local cricket side.
That's right, it fits in
scorer.
nicely for
Yes.
me, you know, because there isn't so much Sunday cricket now and it's not as important.
Harris in, bowls and played down to fine leg there. There's a chase around the boundary. I think it will be caught just inside by the fielder down there. Smart piece of fielding, slide and pick up. The throw comes in. The batsmen are taken two. Good bit of cricket all round there. Have you identified the fielder down there, John? We have no numbers on the backs of the Middlesex players, which doesn't help us.
It's possibly Joe Burns, Roger,
Yes.
because he has got some sort of colourful sunglasses.
Right.
That player looks to have.
Yes.
But I can't swear to it.
He won't need them at the moment. They're probably on his cap, aren't they? In comes Harris again. And that's an attempt to cut away. That one did keep low, didn't it? Smith was in position to cut that through down towards third man, but the ball kept very low.
Yes, as regards identifying the fielders, I can tell you I'm pretty sure the slips are Franklin and Rayner.
Yes.
But, and I think the mid-off is Roland Jones. You can tell from the heels, orange heels on his boots. But apart from that, it's quite difficult.
I think Finn is at mid-on. He's doing some exercises.
When Paul Sterling was on wearing a sun hat, it was quite easy.
Yes.
But I think they've all got sleeveless sweaters on, basically, haven't they?
Right, that's wide of the off stump again.
Yeah, covering up the numbers on their shirts.
Harris turns, moves in, bowls. Smith forward defensively, plays down towards mid-off, no run.
If I had to guess, Roger, I'd say that maybe Compton is at gully.
Yes.
He's quite tall, isn't he?
Father played cricket for Natal, and his grandfather, of course, for Middlesex in England, and various other representative sides. Great character. In comes Harris. Bowls, and that's left alone by Smith at the last moment, where he raises his bat out of harm's way, taken by Simpson, the end of the over, and Hampshire remain on 243 for 4, Smith on 16. Adam Wheat has just faced one delivery and is yet to get off the mark. Over rates come to -2 now. Was -4 at one point, then -3. So Middlesex just increasing their rate. But with the new ball, it will perhaps go back again, John.
Yeah, they've been as low as -4, haven't
Yes,
they?
they have.
So it could easily happen.
So
what else could happen, Roger, is that the scoring rate could actually rise.
yes. And a waiter pushes out on the offside there. Bat fairly well away from the pads. Tends to play in that vein.
I mean,
No
for two reasons. One, with the harder ball,
Yes.
it goes off the bat better. And secondly, there'll be more fielders in attacking positions.
That's
so
right.
run scoring might be easier then.
Currently scoring around 3, just a shade over 3 and over. Dexter's in, so Wheater leans forward and pushes that out on the onside. No run.
I see Rayner is going through his exercises at second slip.
So he might have 1 over before the new ball.
But there's only 2 more after this
That's
one,
right.
isn't there?
Yes.
Can't see they'll be worth it, particularly bringing him on for that.
Only a matter of speeding up the over rate. But in comes Dexter to Wheater. He's forward defensively. Out on the onside, no run. Not much breeze today. Clouds fairly static above us. The light got pretty lousy before tea. It's a little bit better now. They haven't had the lights on in this game. In comes Dexter. And Wheater goes down the track, pushes into the offside. Thinks about a single, but it's well stopped at mid-off, diving to his left. And no run taken. Wheater anxious to get off the mark.
As regards the breeze, Roger, I'll just settle for you calling it a breeze rather than a near gale that we've had in recent times.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at the flag of the Middlesex team, which is hanging down rather than being blown about. It's not really fluttering very much. The Hampshire one is over on the far side. A bit more action on that flag.
Yeah, I think what breeze there is coming
Yes.
from behind the pavilion,
It
isn't
is,
it?
yes.
When I went outside, I sat over on the balcony initially, but because of that breeze, I moved down to
Yes.
the more sheltered seats.
In comes Dexter. Outside the off stump. Wheater leaves it alone. The end of the over. Another over gone by. 78 overs gone. Rayner's not going to bowl, I doubt, or is he?
I wonder, Roger, whether if as we suspect, Hampshire are adopting a more attritional approach to batting now, whether Wheater, as maybe Vince might not buy into that.
Yeah. Yes. Sean Irvine probably plays the only way he can play. It was
Actually, you say that, Roger, but I saw him get an 80 at the Oval last season, where he had to make sure Hampshire didn't lose, and did it very well.
Well, new over from Harris, and the first ball is played defensively by Smith. It was interesting, I was commentating next door with Kevin James just now, and he was saying that Vince's approach, you know, he's clearly disappointed, but he feels the only way to get out of this rut is to play the game he knows best, which is to attack. And
Yes, I was hoping he might have done that on Friday.
yes. Different game, of course, the 2020. In comes Harris again, bowls, and that's nudged away nicely past Gully. That's going to be 4 runs. He's used the pace of the ball, played it down into the ground, and although Gully dived to his left, it was a token dive really, because he was never going to get anywhere near it. It's like a goalkeeper who knows the ball is going in the goal, but feels he needs to make some sort of effort.
Yeah, I thought Smith dealt with that
He
really
did,
well.
Yes. Seemed to have a lot of time to play that. But he moves on to 20 now, and the total 247, and Hampshire now just 3 runs away from a second batting point.
It wasn't a classic cut shot, Roger.
No.
It was a steer, wasn't it?
Yes. Clever. In comes Harris again. This is a nice drive, but straight to extra cover. Not the most athletic piece of fielding. I think that's Steve Finn there. Not so easy when you're 6'4" or 5" to get down to a ball like that.
And the rest. He's about 6'7", isn't he?
Well, John Young is the expert on heights of bowlers. He scours the paper annual in order to do his research. In comes Harris again and defended, pushed up to mid-on.
But by anyone's standards, Roger,
Yes.
Steve Finner's a very large man,
He
isn't he?
is very tall. Not quite as broad across the shoulders of, for example, Chris Tremlett, whom we may see in the 2020.
Yeah, John must be shedding tears at missing him today. one of the tallest people he's likely to see this season.
Yes. In comes Harris, bowls him. That's pulled away. Oh, that's well played. Past the short mid-wicket fielder who just stands there, almost applauds the shot, and it races away towards the boundary here, down in front of us. And some warm applause. That was struck very well indeed.
Yeah, it wasn't that short a ball, Roger,
No.
was it? He got it away really well.
Got into position very, very quickly. He's not a big man, Smith, and plays in defensive mode much of the time. But I went down to Taunton last season in a 2020 game, and he came in towards the end, and he had 3 sixes off 3 balls, massive shots when it was required. So Harris, who won't be pleased about being hit for 2 fours in this over, moves in again and bowls and better delivery. And Smith, quite rightly, just goes back across in front of his stumps and plays the ball on its merits down into the ground. No run, the end of the over. A good over there for Hampshire, who moved on to 251 and taken their second batting point. And we should see now 1 over before the new ball.
Yes, one of the many 12th men we've seen today. In fact, there's 2 of them on the field now. Podmore's one of them. Has brought out pads and a helmet for short leg.
And it will be for 1 over only. They didn't have a short leg when
I think that might be Patel there, Roger. We've certainly seen Sterling and Podmore on the field as well. They've got at least 14 players here. And I think more. There's a number 19 I saw earlier too. I don't know who that is.
They've had a short leg in place when Carberry was batting against Rayner. They didn't have one in when James Vince was facing. But they are for these 2 with 1 over to go.
The trouble is though that the time they save by bowling Rayner has been lost by the time it's taken the man to get ready to field at short leg.
Those things don't occur, do they, too? There's a sort of formula. It's 1 over before lunch, 1 over before tea, 1 over before the new ball. Must be very frustrating to a slow bowler to be used in that way. John's reached for the Playfair Cricket Annual, so clearly something important to find. It's Rayner then bowling over the wicket, with the wicketkeeper, of course, standing up. Slip in place, squarish short leg, short mid-wicket deep, mid-on very deep. And that's played nicely by Adam Wheater down towards the fine leg boundary. There's a run around the boundary for Harris, who picks up and throws in. The batsmen take 2. And that was a premeditated shot from Wheater, which means he's off the mark now, and the total 253. And the result of that is to take the mid-wicket fielder out and put him at short fine leg, and the short mid-wicket fielder moves back 10 yards. That's defended by Wheater. And then on the offside we have from slip, man at point, cover and mid-off. So the only man deep is on the deep backward square leg boundary as Wheater nudges away into the offside, but straight to one of the substitute fielders with number 23 on his back. Rayner over
24.
And that's an attempted sweep taken on the pad, trickles down to slip, no run.
23 is Podmore, Roger.
Another tall man, tallish.
I think he's a seam bowler.
Rayner again. The only thing I'm going to say about Rayner is he takes a slightly longer walk up than Carberry.
Yeah, it's a similar approach to Shane Warnes,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Does a sort of twist with his right wrist and then comes forward, arm comes over the end of the over, and I should be surprised if the new ball is not now taken. The end of the over, Hampshire 253 for 4, Smith's on 24, Wheater on 2, these two now put on 18 and we're just beginning to build another partnership. We've seen some good partnerships so far in this innings.
It looks like Harris is continuing to bowl from the pavilion end. He's got the ball, so probably not taking the new ball just yet.
No. But I think perhaps they're conscious that there are 16 overs remaining. They probably want their two-strike bowlers to bowl about 10 of those at the most tonight. So we might see it taken a few overs' time as Harris is in bowls. And of course the other thing about it is Harris has taken a couple of wickets, including the most recent one.
And is swinging the ball as well.
First ball is played by Smith down to mid-on and there's no run. Just trying to look over Roy's shoulder to see what the partnerships have been today. First one was 88, the second one put on 72, the third one 49, and the fourth one is the one that produced fewest runs, 16 rather. So we're on to 253 now.
Yeah, that ball was wide of off stump and Smith paid it no real attention.
Yes, Hampshire had a good first session. They lost just the 1 wicket. They lost 2 wickets in the afternoon session, and they've lost 1 wicket so far in this evening session. So they've kept things very tight. As Harris is in again down the leg side. Smith attempts to flick it away down to fine leg, but it's too wide for that. Taken by Simpson down to his left. After these two, we have Sean Irvine to come in, followed by Gareth Berg, who hasn't really set the world alight with his batting. We don't know who will come in at 9. The new lad, Wheel, is down at number 9, but may well come in lower down the order.
Yeah, he's only on there as number 9 because he replaced the number 9, Roger.
That's
right.
right.
It may well be that Danny Briggs bats above him.
Is Briggs playing?
Is he not playing?
No, we got Edwards and Tomlinson.
Well, he'll certainly surely bat above both of those, I would have thought.
Yes. So really it's up to Sean Irvine, Gareth Berg and these two to steer Hampshire towards another batting point at 300 and hopefully another one at 350 if they have time to do it in the 110 overs. Smith goes back and across and plays defensively, back down the pitch, no run.
I don't know whether you noticed that, Roger, but just before that ball was bowled, second slip moved to fourth slip.
That's to stop the ball being cut down towards third man, one assumes. Because Smith has been aiming in that direction, played it a couple of times and gained 2 boundaries. Harris in, bowls and ball of fullish length. Dealt with comfortably by Smith, who pushes forward, and there's no run. The end of the over. Sun is out quite nicely now in the evening. Still some clouds above, but lifting.
Yeah, your theory, Roger, about them taking the new ball with 10 overs to go would also mean that the new ball was a bit shinier come the morning.
Yes, when the bowlers are fresh. So many things for a captain to think about out on the field of play. Rayner, new over from the northern end to Wheater, who comes forward. They're going to take a single, slight hesitation, but the ball was curving away from the fielder at mid-wicket rather. So in the end, it looked a very comfortable run to take. And Smith takes guard. First time he's faced Rayner. Happy with what he has. Still the short leg in place. Rayner's in. Goes back and nudges that one, guiding the ball down towards the third man boundary. They'll take two. That will be all, I think, unless Wheater decides he can beat the throw. Decides quite sensibly not to attempt that. 2 more runs. Podmore, the fielder. Smith moves on to 26. He's the sort of player who you look up at the scoreboard and you didn't realise he scored as many runs as that. 26. Because he's a mainly defensive player.
Yes, he's such a good team player though,
Yes,
Roger, isn't
very
he?
much so.
You'd never have to explain to him what's
No.
needed for the team,
No.
would you?
Well, because he's got plenty of experience. Played for Nottinghamshire and Durham. He's captained a side to championship winning success, so he knows his stuff. It was a great acquisition. And what we've also found, without thinking about it too much before he came, or when he came early on, he's got to pick a few wickets in the one-day game. Bowled very well the other night. And again he nudges that one in the same area, but just a single this time because he took the pace off the ball. But without any sort of risk, Hampshire have picked up 4 runs in this over. Rayner again in, this time to Wheater. Beaten outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. Good ball from Rayner. I suspect that was an arm ball.
And we've actually got shadows on the pitch now,
We have.
Roger.
Yes.
So quite nice to see, isn't it?
Typical,
Shadows sort of pointing roughly to the northeast, I
Yeah.
would say.
typical English early evening, summer evening. 257 for 4. 27 Smith, 3 Wheater. And it will be Smith to take guard initially as Harris continues from this pavilion end. Rolls to Smith, who covers up, plays defensively. Harris has had quite a run, hasn't he? Harris has had quite a bowl in this session. Good stamina. No. Let's see this ball through while Simon settles himself beside me. And then Simon will take on the main commentary. Harris in and Smith forward. Defensively out on the offside into the covers. No run. Good evening, Simon.
Yeah, no, I hear I was being called for, Roger. If only I was always that prompt and being called for.
Ah, well. We shall be here, I suspect, beyond 6 o'clock. So you'll stay on, I think.
No, I've
Until
got
the end.
I've got till the bitter end. I've got a long shift ahead of me potentially.
Yeah, and a drive home.
As Harris runs in now. Over the wicket, bowling to Smith, who's on 27. Hampshire 257 for 4. Wheater at the crease with Smith, he's on 3. Hampshire, of course, not long just picked up their second bonus point. They might even fancy, with the amount of time we think we might be here today, they might even fancy picking up that third bonus point by the time we close, to bring up the 300, and that would be what did it. In comes Harris again, right arm over the wicket, and this one goes through to the wicket keeper.
Well, I think if Adam Wheater stays there, he won't want to sit around and do nothing for the next 14 overs. He likes to get on with things.
Oh, absolutely. I think we're definitely now, with Wheater's arrival at the crease, and we presume Irvin next and Berg, we're definitely now at the point where we're going to get the guys who like to have a bit of a race. In comes Harris again. Balls to Smith. Smith just paddles this one back down the ground. There's a lot of energy in the field, isn't there, for Middlesex? I've just been down at the down at pitch side and been listening to them. There's a lot of chirping, a lot of shouting, a lot of encouragement for the bowlers. They're certainly running in quickly, and that's admirable, given that they really haven't had the best of the day's play. In comes Harris again now. Hands past the umpire, bowls to Smith. Smith plays this out on the leg side, and we'll take a very comfortable one, which will put Wheater, or would have put Wheater on the strike, but of course that's the end of the over, so that means it'll be Smith who'll continue on strike in the 84th over.
Of course, the thing about this game we all love is that within a half an hour, the whole situation may change. It's never set in stone, is it?
No, this is true. This is absolutely true.
I was reading in the local newspaper about matches in the past against Middlesex on this ground, and in one of those, Hampshire bowler took a hat-trick and sort of turned the game around.
Oh, really? So when was this game?
2005. Billy Treeman. Hawk and Treeman.
Yeah, I know you mean. Oh, this is Rayner, presumably, is it? Bowling from the northern end of the ground. It is Rayner. Bowling his spin. Came
to us from Sussex.
Yep.
Anyway, a hat-trick. And of course, a thing like that can change entirely the whole complex of the match. Billy Taylor.
That was it. In comes Rayner again, bowling. Yeah, like I said, bowling across over the wicket now. Has been bowling from around the wicket recently.
Took 6 wickets in the innings, which was his best bowling performance.
I was going to say Billy Taylor. I mean, he's a little bit before my time of coming here to the ground, but that must have been quite a standout performance for him, really, wasn't it? As this is played out into the offside for Smith, he'll take a single.
Yes, he was a very enthusiastic, energetic, positive player. Not the greatest bowler. Picked up odd wickets, but to come in with a hat-trick was quite surprising.
Absolutely. Rayner bowls now.
And it was not the lower tail.
Oh, really?
I think it was 3, 4 and 5.
Wow. Yeah, they're definitely the sorts of hat-tricks that you want, aren't they? The 3, 4s, 5s. As Rayner comes in again, and Wheater waltzed down the wicket there, and he gave that a really good hard hit. It actually nearly took out both the bowler and the and Smith at the other opposite end, and it's gone for 4. It's I want to call it a straight drive because it's gone straight, but it looked like he potentially just didn't quite get it the way he wanted. Yes. It looked like he was trying to slog it to cow corner, but
yes, it was the stroke that James Vince attempted, but got the ball on the up, unfortunately, and it went very high and was caught at deepish mid-on.
Rayner has the ball again now, and he's going to come back in, and Wheater, well, he looks like he was attempting the same thing and almost got the same result, actually. Again, it probably went a bit straighter than it looked like it was going to, but it's no run this time.
But Wheater showing his intent.
Yeah, well, I think we just said, hadn't we?
Yes.
He doesn't like to stick around very long, and or bat very conservatively. I'm sure he likes to stick around long if he can. Of course, I'm trying to think, and I'll look it up in a second, about Adam Wheater's top score for Hampshire. Has he ever made 100 for Hampshire?
Yes. I'm looking at 140, I think.
But of course, the standout innings for me about Adam Wheater, and this is the odd thing about it, actually was in the season before he joined us. Actually, when we played Essex, and the game went all the way till 6 o'clock, 6:30 on the final day, and it really genuinely got to the point where it was either Essex could score the runs and win, or Hampshire would take the final wicket and win. And I think he must have made it 98 or 99 before he swept James Tomlinson to Sean Irvine. This is all at Chelmsford. And swept him right into the deep and got caught right on the boundary, and that was game over. Hampshire won. But of course, this young batsman we never really heard of, because James Foster was on paternity leave, I think. Must have been at the time.
Yes, I was listening on the radio and feeling more and more depressed as he was scoring runs, and then of course it all happened in Hampshire's favour. His highest score is 164 for Essex against Northamptonshire, 2011, but the highest score for Hampshire is 140, which he scored against Lancashire at Southport in 2013. In limited overs, he scored 135 for Essex, and his highest score in 2020 is 34. Doesn't get too much of an opportunity there.
No. It's Steve Finn bowling from the pavilion end of the ground.
Right, have they taken the new ball whilst we've been chatting? Because Finn is on.
You would suspect so, and that certainly seemed to just come through just that little bit quicker, didn't it, that one? Just looking over at Roy Martin, our scorer. Roy, did you see it all? Have they taken the new ball? Have they taken the new ball yet? None of us have seen them take the new ball yet, but Steve Finn is bowling now over the wicket, and this is bowled to Will Smith. The consensus in the box here is that the new ball hasn't yet been taken. We haven't seen it yet.
We shall know if Rayner bowls the next over.
Yes, yes. Of course, it's a difficult situation, isn't it, as Steve Finn runs in again and bowls over the wicket to Will Smith, and Will Smith, well, he had a determined swing at that, Will Smith, but didn't get the connection he quite wanted. He still got a single off it, but it's fielded at square leg. But it's it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because particularly with them being on a -2 run rate, you know, they kind of want to start rattling through the overs, but which they're not going to do if they take the new ball and suddenly put the two big quick lads on and from either end. There aren't any. Forgive me for my naivety, but there aren't any punishments, are there, for getting to the end of the day and not having bowled the 96 overs?
No, it's done over the match. Oh, I see, not getting the 90. I think they'll get the 96 overs by 6:30.
Finn bowls this one. This is right on Adam Wheater's legs, and he just taps it round the corner. The wicketkeeper will field that.
11 overs after this. We're 17:40. They will certainly get the 11 overs in before 6:30.
And what would happen, do you know, Roger, if they didn't? Would there be any?
I think they've been on once last season till about 10-7.
Oh, so they would just keep going.
I think they continue if the light is still.
As Finn bowls this one, and this is patted back to him by Wheater.
Yes, the only punishment comes if over the match the over rate is in the minus, and then even then the umpires and scorers get together to see if there are any good reasons why there may have been delays.
Yeah, so certainly you'd think that the new ball would be due soon anyway if there's no particularly good reason to not take it, particularly with Steve Finn bowling with it now. Bowls, and this is played out into the offside by Wheater. There'll be no run. That's 264 for 4 Hampshire. Smith on 30, Wheater on 7. Yes, maybe that was just a warm-up over for Steve Finn. Maybe just making sure he could sort of get those looseners out of the way. Not that anything in there particularly was particularly loose. It just perhaps they just didn't want to lose a good over.
So it's Roland Jones coming on from the far end.
Side. Yeah.
Now the umpire has his hands up for some reason.
That was a
he
funny
then
gesture,
takes off his hat.
What was he doing there? It looked like he was signalling a 6, but no ball had been bowled for a good 30 seconds. So
perhaps he was wondering if the new ball was required. Now he's signalling towards the dressing room.
Well, he's signalling a wicket now, isn't he? He's put his good one hand up in the air.
Now his hands are in his pockets. and he's hopping up and down. So perhaps he's
I think he's just
ready
a bit
for
cold.
a cup of tea.
Yeah, he's just cold. He just wants to have it. He's just having a little boogie in the middle there. As in comes Roland Jones now, bowling over the wickets, and this is just played, seen through to the wicketkeeper by Will Smith, who's on 30. Last wicket was Michael Carberry, who made 67. He continues to have an excellent season so far. A very good season, probably not, I wouldn't say excellent yet, but.
I gather you've been across to the hotel this afternoon.
Absolutely, yeah. No, it was good actually. It was, I mean, particularly for myself. I came to the ground as the press officer here in 2010. And
Yes.
finished that story just after Roland Jones has bowled this, and it tucks up Will Smith as he plays it back down to him. But yeah, came to the ground in time for the 2010 season, and of course that was just when all the building was starting on both the stand that we're in and the other stand at the other side of the pavilion. And at the time, the plan was for everything to be built at the same time, of course. But then they had issues with the hotel and building it, and so these two stands went ahead without the hotel. So, you know, it sounds funny to say it now, but there was an England-Australia ODI happening in the 2010 season, which all of these were supposed to be all built for. Of course, here we are 5 years on, and it's only just been built now. And Roland Jones is just plays that one onto bowls at Smith's legs, and he tucks it round the corner, and that's gone for 4. So Smith will go to 34, and the score to 268 for 4 for Hampshire. So yes, it was kind of nice in some ways to see the press release come out earlier on this week that it was finally there and ready. You know, it's one of these things that the longer these things go on, you kind of hear rumours that it'll be ready for March, or it'll be ready for April, or it'll be ready for May, and you kind of think, well, I'm not going to get my hopes up, but yeah, it finally finished, and I've been in, and it looks it's a very impressive building, it has to be said. Roland Jones comes in here, and Will Smith looked like he didn't quite know where that one had hit on the bat. It kind of jumped up in the air and just landed at his feet.
That central area is interesting. Looks a little bit like a theatrical stage with people moving around acting.
Well, it's incredible actually, because many people will be aware it has a kind of an adjustable, a retractable press box in it, which I have to say I've never heard of anywhere. I've been to all around the country to the Keir Ovals and the Lords of the country, and never seen one tucked away before, but just seen one now. As Roland Jones comes in, and again this is just battered down into the ground by Will Smith. But yeah, no, it's so the curtain that we can see from this end of the ground at the back of the room is actually disguising all of that all of that infrastructure that's been all tucked up. But and today they've been having a wedding fair over there, so it's all decked in its finest with candles on the tables and the best cutlery and whatnot. Saw a couple of my old colleagues in there, actually, some of the girls from the sales team in there, just making sure the remainder of the prosecco was looked after, shall we say, as Roland Jones comes in here, and this is nicely played out by Will Smith. It's not going to go all the way to the, well, it will go all the way to the boundary, but only to be fielded by the man deep out at sort of deep square leg, sort of forward deep square leg, and Hampshire will pick up 1 run and move to 270 for 2 runs, says Roger, to 270 for 4 at the end of the 85th over or 86th. Has the scoreboard moved? Looks like it might have done. 85th over.
I was saying earlier, Will Smith, he goes out there and defends well and nudges here and there, and all of a sudden you look up at the scoreboard and he's got 36.
Yeah, he's deceptive, isn't he, like
yes.
that? He's, I think as well, I think for anybody who's sort of, heard interviews with him or met him or seen him around the ground, I think his temperament adds to that. There is a certain thing about certain players and their temperament, and you can read a lot into the way they play their. James Tomlinson, he's always a very affable sort of guy, and he plays his cricket in that sort of a way as well. Steve Finn comes in now and bowls, and this is just goes through on the leg side to the wicketkeeper. There's a few of them. I always remember, Dimi Mascarenhas always had a personality that reflected in his cricket. Nick Pothas, similarly, I remember him, you know, and the way he used to hold himself. And
he was
like
a bit obsessive, wasn't he?
He was,
He had
yeah.
these routines he went through before every delivery.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like very, very, like an absolute composite professional, just in everything that he did, and even in his media that he used to do with me, just approached it with a businessman's head. And well, I tell you what, that one really jumped up from Steve Finn at Adam Wheater, and Wheater could do nothing but try and take some evasive action, and there was an appeal from Steve Finn. I'm not quite sure what he was. It went to the boundary, didn't it? Is that?
No, it's kept taken by the keeper.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There's a Shane Warne, very competitive.
Yeah.
And imaginative, creative in his approach.
Yeah.
Thought outside the box.
In fact, it's sort of funny when you think about, and of course Hampshire have a West Indian fast bowler with them at the moment, and that was taking a proper bounce over the head of Wheater. That's going nowhere near the bat. You know, the interesting one is always the West Indians, particularly the quick bowlers, who seem so laid back and so sort of relaxed in their demeanour, and then go and bowl at 100 mile an hour and try and take your head off. They're the kind of the exception to the rule in some respects, aren't they? I don't know whether, I mean, I haven't actually seen Fidel Edwards bowl yet, but I heard he was bowling pretty well against Yorkshire, certainly in the first innings.
He did bowl here well on Friday evening.
This one comes in, and and Finn's he's convinced of it, and he's convinced the umpire.
Kept low, didn't it? Kept low.
Kept low, wrapped Wheater on the pads, and Wheater will be out for 7.
I think he knew. He started to walk almost before the finger went up. It was one of those things that as a batsman you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ball's been doing odd things with varying heights. That's a shame, because Wheater was just beginning to look settled. They put on 30 odd, but 5 wickets down. Again, I think Hampshire would have taken this score at the beginning of the day.
Yep. Oh yeah, absolutely. I think, even I arrived just a little bit after the beginning of play, and even just listening to the commentary on the way in, I was, it sounded. I heard people say, you wouldn't be surprised at all if it had been 30 for 3, inside the first 10 overs of the morning, and so to be here now at 270 for 5 is an excellent.
Malcolm Marshall was before your time, but he was a very generous character.
Right.
Well,
not a very generous bowler.
Fearsome on the pitch.
Yes.
But I remember one morning he bowled quite a bit, so they had lunch into the old county ground, and he was sitting up on the players' balcony, which was a very small one with a little rail in front. And in those days, children would go out and play at lunchtime with softballs, and were allowed to do that on the pitch. And my lad, who was about 7 or 8 at the time, was going around with a bat and ball trying to get into one of these games, and the older boy saying, no, go away. And he looked down, he saw this, he got up and he came down the steps, and he said, give me the ball. And that meant a lot to me in terms of his character.
Oh, absolutely.
The way he was prepared, even having a rest during the lunch interval. He saw what was going on, and saw a disappointed boy, and he went down and did something about it.
Came down and bowled
a few, spent 5 minutes just bowling at him. And of course, the rest of them all stopped their games and looked on.
What you're not saying is that you then bowled at 95 mile an hour.
No, he just lobbed a few balls down. But it's the very fact that he thought about what was going on down there.
That's lovely. That's a lovely story.
And that just showed his character and generosity.
Sean Irvine has come to the crease for Hampshire. Another man who doesn't like to hang around, doesn't like to score his runs slowly.
Been a great servant for Hampshire.
Absolutely. How many seasons has he been with them now? It must be what?
I can tell you that in a minute.
He must have been with Hampshire since. I'm gonna take some guesses here. I think he's been with them since 2005, maybe. 10 years. Possibly even longer. And Steve Finn runs in now and bowls to Irvine, who saw that one coming. That was going right for his head, and just kind of moved his head back and out of the way. No run.
How many years did you say?
I think Sean Irvine was around in 2005.
That's right. That was his first season.
So it's 10th year this year. Yeah, they've
11th year.
11th year, of course. Yes, yeah. Oh, fantastic. So of course, it was all a little bit close to going out the window at one point, not so long ago.
Yes.
Thin balls now, and Irvine leaves us well alone.
Yes, he was almost persuaded by Zimbabwe to come back, and then I think he looked at the implications. It would have meant he could not play for Hampshire.
Yeah.
And decided against doing that because his brother was playing for Zimbabwe at the time.
And it isn't. Just hearing from Dave Allen behind us, an interesting stat there that Adam Wheater's played 6 innings this season and only once got past 15.
He got an 80 in one game, 85.
This season?
I'm sure he did.
Of course, the conversation behind us, which you won't be able to hear because of our excellent microphones, has turned to Michael Bates, of course, as Roland Jones now bowling from the northern end of the ground. Bowls and there's no run there. I mean, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because of course the conversation is on Michael Bates. Michael Bates, is he with a minor county? Did I hear that?
He's gone to Wiltshire.
Wiltshire, right? So so playing in a.
Is what I read.
Yeah.
But I suspect there may be other counties that will chase him up during the season if they have injuries to their wicketkeeper.
Comes in and bowls and no shot offered there from Roland Jones. So you're here more regularly than I am, Roger. Do you sort of sense that the strength of feeling amongst the Hampshire members, both for I don't think it's ever been against Adam Wheater, but for Michael Bates and therefore.
Certainly last season it was, but I think probably as time goes by, people accept what's going on. And to be fair to Adam Wheater, he hasn't let them down as a wicketkeeper. I think had he dropped catches and missed stumpings, then the clamour would have been greater, but he hasn't had a bad experience behind the stumps.
Yeah, as Roland Jones puts this for wide of the off stump and through to the goal, through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, I think it's just I guess that's the thing. It feels like nobody's people aren't against Wheater, but no. I think
they feel sorry for Michael Bates.
They do, and I also get the feeling that people feel like Wheater hasn't yet done anything that just makes people people love him. He's played some good innings, as you say. He scored a century for Hampshire, but
then so did Michael Bates.
Yeah. This ball comes in and goes straight through to the wicketkeeper from Jones. Roland Jones. When you compare him to, for example, somebody like Will Smith, who is out there at the moment, and Will Smith again, not set the world alight in terms of the amount of runs he's scored.
He's only had one good innings so far this season. This is possibly turning into a second good innings.
He's on 36 as we speak.
He was unbeaten in the last innings at Haddingley. In the second innings, 60-odd not out.
Roland Jones runs in, and this just tucks Will Smith up. He plays it out into the offside, no run.
So he's actually scored 100 runs since being out
in
the first innings at Haddingley, showing some form, which is what Hampshire needed.
And he's and having had a little bit of a purple patch at one point, not so long ago. So he's now faced 93 balls, looks like, or just under 100 balls for his 36. So he's he's playing okay. He's reached his average for this season, which is 33. Gone slightly beyond it. As Roland Jones comes in now, and this is played back at him by Smith. No run. That'll be the end of the over. 270 for 5.
I think in the early days of the two divisions, there wasn't a huge gulf between the two, but as time has gone by, with the movement of players between teams, there's no doubt, I think, that Hampshire have realised that the first division now is stronger, much stronger than the second division. Whereas in the past, when they moved up and down, it hasn't been such a big difference in standard.
And I think as well, I mean, Hampshire are sort of relatively protected from it, but you know, when you look at a county like Nottinghamshire, right next to Derbyshire and Leicestershire, just taking so many of their players as Finn bowls now, and this is that's quite well played off into the onside by Irvin. He'll get off the mark. That's his first run. Yeah, when you see 2 or 3 counties in such close proximity there, and one of them very clearly considerably better than the other 2.
Yes, I think Gloucestershire are finding the same, aren't they?
Yeah.
They've lost the 2 Goodman brothers this
Yeah.
season. One to Worcester, one to Nottinghamshire.
Yeah. It is interesting actually that with their proximity to perhaps Glamorgan and Somerset, that particularly Somerset, who are a nailed on first division side, and in the way that any team really can be nowadays, of course. Steve Finn comes in, and woof, that was right in at the rib cage of Will Smith. Yeah, it is interesting. Yes, so Somerset, of course, there's no denying there's the possibility that they could go down. And you saw Lancashire win the league a couple of years ago and then get relegated the next year. So Yorkshire similarly have won it last year, but been in Division 2 for a couple of years before that. So
yes, if you look at the squad sizes, Hampshire compared with Yorkshire, a huge difference.
As this comes in from Steve Finn, goes through to the wicketkeeper.
Yorkshire of necessity because of the number of players in the England squad, but they can bring other good young players into the side. Hampshire don't have that.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Yorkshire, because Yorkshire actually have 2 or 3 players in the Lions squad, is it, or
yes.
is it, or in the the kind of the under whatever it is, 19s and whatever sort of squads as well. So, but the question is, it's a sort of a chicken and egg. Do they have such good players because they've had to bring these guys through? Oh, that's a big hook shot there from. It's gone for 4. It's a big hook shot from Will Smith, and so he will move on to 40. The score to 275. Big swing at that one from Steve Finn, who doesn't look overly happy, as you might imagine, as he walks back to his mark now. Yeah, it's not that Hampshire don't have young players. That's the interesting thing. They have Sean Terry, they have Brad Wheel, who's getting a go today. Lewis McManus, who played in the last match against Yorkshire. So they do have young players, and were we to lose the likes of Vince and Dawson and Wood and Briggs and these sorts of guys to England, these guys would necessarily get a chance. Of course, a couple of seasons ago they had Michael Roberts as well, who was a promising young player, did excellently in their second 11. There's Finn bowls again now, and this one goes straight through to the wicketkeeper. No shot offered from Will Smith.
We don't seem to produce the bowlers.
Well, yes, and that's the thing, isn't it? But it always comes back to this thing. It's it is a real specialist position, isn't it? Being a really good, quick bowler. It's so few counties can really say, yeah, we've got an absolute steal. A guy, who just really keeps batsmen honest. Chris Wood is the closest we could say that we've got in recent years, and he's not quite getting a look in at the moment.
Is he fit enough at the moment to play 4-day cricket?
Well, that's the question. At any given time, you could argue, well, he's fit-ish enough.
Yes.
With Chris Wood, I think is the way that. But again, he's a young man. His body is still growing. It's still developing, and he's putting it under great amounts of stress. I do think with the likes of a Chris Wood, his time may come. I mean, how old must he be now? Is it?
Oh, he's still got many years ahead of him,
Yeah.
and he's certainly a man who learns, because he's learnt how to bowl in the one-day game exceptionally well. So one assumes he's got a brain there that he can adapt at some point in the future. I think probably it's time for John to come in here. I shall move.
Thank you very much, Roger. Toby Rowland-Jones comes in now, and Sean Irvine just does what he can to get this away into the offside. And I welcome John Townsend to the commentary booth with me. Commentary booth. That's over-egging it a little bit, isn't it? A commentary booth. The table. Okay. Can you hear me now, John? Is that better? In comes Toby Rowland-Jones, bowls to Sean Irvine, and that one Irvine's not interested in at all. I'll go through to the wicketkeeper. You're leading the commentary, are you, John? I think you're number one. Is that right? Yeah, sure. Yeah, I quite like commentating on Toby Rowland-Jones's overs. There's plenty of time between each delivery.
Yeah, it's a bit excessive, I think, his run-up, isn't it?
Yeah. It's certainly one of the longest run-ups I've seen in county cricket, for sure. Here he comes now, and this is bowled to Sean Irvine, who bats it back along the pitch towards him.
See, actually, somebody warming up at the moment at mid-off. Although you wouldn't expect a bowling change really now, would you?
Well, this was the thing. We were talking earlier. You didn't see a new ball being taken?
Yes.
Ah, okay. So we have confirmation, and the new ball was around the 80.
Steve Finn took it.
I see.
So Ian Gould was.
I see. At the 80 over mark.
It was after that.
Okay.
I think there were 12 overs to go.
I see.
So it would have been after 84. I think they took it.
Which was the point at which we were, Roger and I on commentary were talking about it and saying, we expect it, and that was the point at which we saw Finn and Rowland-Jones come back into the attack. So
yeah, I think I noticed at the time that would allow them 6 overs each on their final spell.
So perhaps
nothing happened off that ball, by the way.
No. So perhaps that is what it is. That was when we saw the umpires doing all the waving stuff around in the air. That would be what it was. In comes Rowland-Jones now and bowls, and this one goes through to the wicket-keeper, Sean Irvine, on strike on 1 as we speak. Smith on 40, Hampshire on 275 for 5 in the 90th over of the day, so 6 remaining after this one's finished.
Yeah, I also saw, well, I think I saw, Simon, while James Harris was still bowling from the pavilion end, I think Ian Gould may have given him an official warning for running on the pitch.
I thought I saw that as well. It was definitely a lot of.
He had his finger up.
Yes, okay. Rowland-Jones comes in now, and Irvine leaves that one well alone as well. Pulls his arms out of the way, and that'll be at the end of the over, the 90th over of the day. 6 remain. We are past 6 o'clock now, 5:06. So we'll.
Yeah, when they do that, they've got to tell the other umpire and the captain, haven't they? And it looked like he was pointing to Rob Bailey, and James Franklin, I think, was at first slip at the time.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
As I say, I couldn't swear to that 100%, but I think it might.
No,
well have
I certainly picked up on something happening, but I couldn't quite work out what it was at the time. So that makes sense.
Something you never get off the scoreboard, is it?
Yes, exactly. Yes. Well, not at this ground anyway. At some grounds you'd get that sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't think Harris was going to bowl any more today anyway at that point. Here's Finn bowling from the pavilion end, and Smith is forward, perhaps kept a little bit low that one. He ended up in a bit of a crouch there, which he then rehearses.
Yeah, I remember one of my most vivid memories of being the press officer with Hampshire was Dominic Cork giving Imran Tahir an absolute earful for having walked on the pitch one too many times. He got himself taken out of the attack. This was at Sussex, and I think Cork was already injured and somebody else was injured, and then Tahir got himself taken out of the attack as Finn comes in here, and that was definitely a very deliberate play at that ball from Smith, but it's gone through to the wicketkeeper. But yeah, so I think I can't remember what happened. I think Sean Irvine had got himself injured. I think Dominic Cork was just Dominic Cork and a bit old at the time. and then Imran Tahir got himself taken out of the attack for walking on. He got a warning for walking on the wicket, and then did it again and was stopped from bowling anymore. And
well, it's something that should be ironed out very early on in a career, isn't it? Here's Finn again, and this also seemed to keep low, perhaps even lower, outside the off stump, and Smith was on the back foot, which tells you something about the length of the ball. And it was, did Simpson stop it with his pads there?
Yeah, it looked like, yeah.
I don't think you can actually play deliveries like that, can you? Unless you've been in a very long time and you've got a lot of luck on your side.
Yeah.
I mean, if that had been straight, he'd have gone, wouldn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Finn again. And this didn't keep low. Smith actually up on his toes that time, plays it into the covers. I mean, we've been talking about the weather forecast for the next 3 days not being wonderful. But I mean, if that's going to happen, well, it is the new ball, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to make life difficult out there.
Absolutely, yeah.
Just saying on the way in this morning to one of the stewards that there's been a very high percentage of results in Division 1 this season, haven't there?
Mm-hmm.
Here's Finn again. And has a wonderful shot there from Will Smith, who leans back and steers the ball in the air between second slip and gully for 4. Quite deliberate. He made a ramp there with the bat, didn't he? It was sort of like a ski jump.
Yeah, it was one of these almost sort of one-day sorts of shots, wasn't it? The sort of thing you see a lot in the 50 over and 20 over stuff.
Yeah, you'd never have seen that in the 1960s, but I thought it was a very clever shot, that.
Yeah.
He's gone on to 44 with that, and the total 279 for 5.
He's done it again, Will Smith. He kind of does that thing of, not seeming to do an awful lot, and then you look up at the board and he's, hopefully I'm not jinxing him, he's on the brink of a 50 potentially.
Mind you, if you just had one crawl along the ground like that, Simon, you're tempted to take every scoring opportunity that comes your way.
Absolutely.
Here's Finn again, and this comes off a thick inside edge, I think, out to mid-wicket. Easy single there for Will Smith. He goes on to 45 and the total on to 280. There's 5 overs left now, and Hampshire need 20 more runs to get their next bonus point. I'm guessing that won't happen tonight, Simon.
I think at this point in the day you don't take too many risks, do you? I think they'll be quite, as long as it stays with the 5 in the wickets category, I think they'll be quite happy with that and consider that a successful day's play no matter how many they get from here, I think.
But having said that, I don't think Will Smith will be desperately worried about it.
This is the thing, isn't it? I think if we were talking about a younger player, if we were talking about even a James Vince or somebody like that out there, you'd say, well, Vince would probably like to get himself just over that 50 mark. But
you can guarantee that Will Smith will do what's best for the team, can't you?
Yeah.
Here's Toby Rowland-Jones running in now, and is down the leg side.
Just looking at some of the other matches around the country. So Somerset have been bowled out for 312, and Nottinghamshire are 48 for 2 in reply. That's at Trent Bridge, and at Warwickshire at Edgbaston are 388 for 7.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire and Somerset had lost 2 wickets before we lost any today.
So yeah, so Warwickshire particularly have done well to get back into that game.
Rowland-Jones bowls again, and that beats Smith outside the off stump, and he pulls his bat away, but too late. And there was lift there, wasn't there? It bounced more than he expected to, and he was on the front foot. So you're getting, at the moment, we're getting the ball keeping low at the northern end and lifting at the pavilion end.
Of course, it is interesting. You've got to be a bit careful what you read into this, because you've got two of the tallest bowlers I've seen in county cricket against Will Smith, who's one of the who's a relatively short guy actually. So anything that gets a little bit of height on it is going to look like it's bounced a bit.
Rowland-Jones again, and Smith again stands up on his toes there, punches that to extra cover, no run. It's stopped there, but rather a laboured piece of fielding. but effective nonetheless.
It is interesting. I feel like I feel like the enthusiasm in the field from Middlesex that we had just after the tea break has kind of just dissipated a little bit now. It's like you said, that was a bit languid, that fielding, wasn't it?
Roland Jones runs in, right arm fast medium, and beats Smith outside the off stump. Again, I'm sure that went away from him because the wicket keeper John Simpson had to dive to his right to take the ball, and it's not a wide. So evidence of quite prodigious movement there. Sun out again now as the long shadows have appeared on the outfield at the Ageas Bowl. Roland Jones runs in, casting a shadow as he comes. And this ball is allowed by Smith to pass through to the wicketkeeper this time. And the man at mid-on is furiously warming up, but I still can't see that they'll make a bowling change for the rest of today's play. There's 4 more overs after this, and I think the 2 opening bowlers will only have bowled 4 each by the end of this over, so they're unlikely to be jaded.
Interesting, isn't it, that none of these guys have numbers on their jumpers? They've all got jumpers on out there now.
Smith jumps back to play this ball, pushes it into the offside, but it keeps a bit lower, I think, than he expected. You're going on about enthusiasm in the field, Simon. What has really appealed to me today on the Middlesex side is Steve Finn's fielding off his own bowling. You know, the ball's driven back to him and he dives and stops it from 6'7".
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's no mean feat, getting all the way down there.
I think that's above and beyond the Call of Duty, that.
No, it is interesting actually, because you often hear about, you know, fast bowlers being put on the, you know, right on the boundary and all that, because it's bloody difficult for them to get that low down and, you know, and do fielding and that sort of stuff. I know James Tomlinson's always said the same thing, that if the ball's coming anywhere near him and it's going at any serious pace, he doesn't worry about trying to get down that low.
And the close field is being reinforced now. There's a 3rd slip going in for Steve Finn. He's bowled to Sean Irvine, who's only 1 not out, not been in an awful long time.
Still only on 1.
Staying over the wicket to the left-hander, and Irvine, fairly late on there, decides to leave that one. I think he possibly left it on the bounce there, on the length, hoping that it wouldn't keep low. It's probably missing off stump as well, though.
Yeah, Sean Irvine's faced 10 balls so far. Will Smith's faced 112 for his 45.
But when you look at the Middlesex team on the scorecard, Simon, it just reinforces the difference between the 1st and 2nd divisions, doesn't it? The number of international players they've got. And this ball beats Sean Irvine's forward defensive shot there.
Yeah, it was so interesting watching Peterson rack up 300 odd runs against Leicestershire last week, and you know, you can only score runs against the attack you're up against, of course, and it was fun for everybody because of the timing of it and everything else. But yeah, you do look at some of those sides towards the bottom of the 2nd division and think, gosh, you know, there's really not an awful lot there in terms of bowling.
Here's Finn again, and Irvine drives this through the covers. Wasn't a lot of footwork in the shot there. I was thinking whether to describe it as a front foot shot or a back foot shot, but it was sort of halfway between the two, wasn't it? Came off the middle of the bat though, or pretty close to it. Yeah, takes him on to 5 and the total on to 284. Yeah, I was talking of that Kevin Peterson innings, Simon. I did notice that Clint Mackay came out quite well. I think he got about 3 for 80 odd off nearly 30 overs, so he didn't get collared at all.
Yeah, Leicestershire bowling against Lancashire down in Division 2 at the moment. They are delayed actually, but Lancashire have already reached 331 for 7.
This one turned off his hip by Irvine. They're thinking of a second run, but they both sort of decide at the same time that there isn't one there. So single to Irvine. Takes him on to 6 and the total on to 285 for 5. And the over rate has gone up to -4 now. So a serious problem there for Middlesex. Could result in a points deduction. Here comes Finn again, loping in. And there was some reaction from the wicketkeeper in slips there, but it looked pretty competent shot from Will Smith there as he played the ball to mid-on defensively.
Yeah, just out of interest, I was just looking at the Division 2 table to see sort of, because I think most people have a basic belief that of the two that are going to come up, Lancashire, Essex, Surrey, probably those three are going to be the main contenders, perhaps Derbyshire. Essex are seventh out of 9. They've made and Surrey are only 5th.
Finn bowls and this down the leg side, a bit of a wasted ball there, taken by Simpson. End of the over, 285 for 5. 3 overs to go.
I think how many seasons did Hampshire stay in the second division? Was it 3 seasons they were in the second division? Hampshire? Yeah.
I reckon did they go down about 2008, 2009?
No, because so my first season here, 2010, they were in the first division, and then they survived, and then 2011, I think they must have been relegated. So that means 2012, 13, and 14 they would have been in Division 2. But to give Hampshire their due, I mean, each of those 3 seasons, they always looked like they were there or thereabouts. They never struggled in Division 2. Might have even been promoted a season before, or you know, if things had gone slightly differently for them in the last match or 2, as I remember it.
Right, I was wrong about the bowling chase, Simon. They have made one. Roland Jones has come off, and James Harris is going to bowl, and he's bowling round the wicket to Sean Irvine, who plays the first ball defensively back to the bowler. And interestingly enough, he's come on at Rob Bailey's end. So he may have been warned by Ian Gould. But Ian Gould can't get at him now. Here's Harris again. Right arm fast medium. And Irvine drives this one, and it's a no ball. Signalled by Rob Bailey there. 2 more runs to the Hampshire total. Takes them on to 287 when the scoreboard gets there. It does now.
How do you
38 extras is a bit excessive, isn't it?
It's incredible. Particularly for such a good bowling attack. It's not even like these are not good bowlers.
Harris has been responsible for quite a few of them, actually, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Bowls again, and Sean Irvine plays a sort of squirted defensive shot to mid-on, where Finn does the fielding.
Yeah, so Harris has bowled 2 no balls and 4 wides, and Dexter actually is 3 no balls and 1 wide. That's where they've all come from. The rest of them have actually been okay. Finn and Roland Jones are blameless, it has to be said.
Here is Harris again, and no shot here from Sean Irvine. I think, Simon, what that doesn't tell you necessarily on Cricket Info is I think some of those wides went for 4.
Right. So
but they just put them down there as 1 wide, don't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Whereas in fact they went for they cost 5 runs.
Yeah.
And cost the bowler, rightly so. Didn't used to be that way. You know, I can remember when no balls weren't debited to the bowler at all. Harris again. And Irvine plays a sort of half drive into the covers there, 2 extra cover. Look, it's a sort of practice shot, I think, there. He's not intending to score a run, he's just trying to feel the bat on the ball.
No, yes. So on the scorecard you have. So you'll see attributed to the bowlers 2 no balls to Harris and 3 to Dexter. But then if you look on the actual scorecard at the top, in terms of no balls, there've been 10 runs scored off no balls. So.
Yeah. Harris bowls again, and this one may have kept slightly low there. Irvine on the back foot had to make an adjustment to play the ball. Yeah, I mean, since they took the new ball, Simon, the bounce has been a little bit dubious. They've had no alternative but to play in a vigilant way. Here's Harris again, still round the wicket, and Irvine lets this one pass through to the wicket keeper. End of the over, 287 for 5, 2 overs left tonight.
Yeah, so 2 overs left and 13 runs before the 300. So I don't think we'll see Hampshire getting to that point tonight.
Yeah, I still money on them not being at 300 when play ends.
Just looking at some of the previous overs, I mean, we haven't had a lot of runs in those previous overs, certainly not off the bat. 5 runs off 2 overs ago. Apart from that, just the odd 4 for in the last 3 or 4 overs.
Steve Finn runs in and bowls to Smith, plays it square on the offside. The fielder didn't have to move at all there. I found it a bit frustrating today, Simon, not being able to identify the fielders, because they've got jumpers over the top of their shirts.
I feel exactly the same way when they're wearing, and I'm thinking to myself, the Hampshire guys have jumpers with their numbers on their back, but these guys have all got those really old-fashioned woolly knit ones that
yeah, the sort of ones I've got in my wardrobe.
oh, that one jumped right up there. It's Will Smith, and looked like he nearly took his head
They got
off.
excited there, the slip fielders and the wicket keeper. What happened there was the ball lifted and left Smith sort of in mid-air, fending off his chest, and didn't get a touch, but the fielders behind the batsman perhaps thought he had. Finn didn't appeal, and Ian Gould didn't respond at all, but it was a difficult ball.
Absolutely. And Simpson, who's not a massive wicket keeper, but he had a serious old jump on his hands in order to pick that out of the air.
This one a lot less difficult, outside the off stump, and Smith lets it go through to the wicket keeper. I was saying earlier, Simon, it's good to see Ian Gould back umpiring on the county circuit. We haven't seen much of him in the last few years.
No.
And having him and Rob Bailey is sort of like umpiring royalty, isn't it?
They're proper umpires, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, the last time I saw either of them on this ground, I think was during one day internationals, where they have one English umpire and one overseas one, don't they?
Yeah.
Finn again. And Smith carefully behind that one. Again, perhaps didn't bounce as high as he might have expected, but plays it to mid-on without too much trouble.
Actually, just thinking about that, isn't it the case that English umpires are not allowed to umpire England matches? I thought that was the case.
Test matches.
Just tests.
Yeah,
Okay.
one day they can do, but only with a foreign umpire.
Yeah.
A neutral umpire at the other end.
Yeah, that's bizarre in and of itself, isn't it? Why would you be able to umpire a limited overs match and not a test?
So this ball from Finn is outside off stump again, a bit shorter, and Smith lets it go through. I know there was, last time the Australians were over, which was not very long ago, was it 2013? The Australians weren't very happy about some of the overseas umpiring, and there was talk then that both England and Australia would like the neutrality of umpires to be relaxed a little bit, because I spoke to Richard Kettleborough about it and he didn't seem to know. Finn bowls again and Smith pushes the ball square on the offside, no run. It's the end of the over. And he, I said to him, what do you think about that? And he said, well, I haven't heard about it, but He said, I wouldn't mind because I'm away from home about 5 months a year, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think to yourself, you know, I mean, it's every young person who loves cricket grows up thinking, you know, wouldn't you love to walk out at Lords and do something at Lords, you know, play or, you know, umpire or whatever, be involved in something at the home of cricket. And if you're, you know, and for the fact that, you know, that you might have been born in the UK means that you can't go out and umpire at Lords, you know, in a major England Test match, you know, I mean.
Well, I'll just wait to comment until when Harris has bowled this one. Outside the off stump to Irvine, no shot. Yeah, particularly for somebody like Ian Gould, who's an ex-Middlesex player and spent so much time at Lords.
Absolutely.
And can't umpire a Test match there. I mean, he will have done one-day internationals there, won't he? I actually saw him keep goal for Arsenal youth team, Simon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, at Eastney Barracks in Portsmouth. I think Graham Ricks was playing as well, and Arsenal won 5-1.
Oh, really?
And Harris bowls again and beats Irvine with this ball.
When would that have been, John? When would that have been?
Late 70s,
Okay.
early 80s maybe. Well, I think Ray Crawford was managing Pompey youth team then. And it was a Saturday morning game, and I would have been playing in the afternoon, possibly at Eastney Barracks, and just went along to watch, you know, because it's near where I live. Harris bowls to Irvine, plays it square on the offside, gets a comfortable single there as cover point has to move to his left and throw right-handed. I think that might be Nick Compton there. It's just, again, a bit of a guess. Irvine moves on to 7 and the total on to 288 for 5.
So what was it that made you remember that Ian Gould was playing in that particular match?
So I think at that time he was on a county staff or had played youth cricket for England, something like that. You know, under 19s maybe. Harris over the wicket now to Smith, who cuts the ball.
Ooh, lovely.
For 4. One of his favourite shots there, plays it particularly well. No third man, 2 slips and a gully. Gully has to do the chasing.
And the last over of the day, having said Smith wouldn't get to his 50, we didn't think before the end of the game, and before the end of the day, and he's on 49.
Are you sticking with that, Simon?
Still He's got the medium pace of James Harris bowling to him. How many balls has he got? Do we know? How many balls has he got, Roy?
Well, I mean, the main objective now for both of them is just to knock it out tonight, isn't it? You know, it's as simple as that.
That ball was beautifully played. It was very deliberately run down to sort of third man region, wasn't it?
Harris bowls to Smith, who's almost exaggerated in back defence there. I know Dave Allen was talking earlier about at lunchtime about our preliminary coaching course we did with Les Lenham, and he actually encouraged us to pose at the end of a shot, and that's what Smith was doing there.
Oh, absolutely.
Some people needed no encouragement at all.
Yeah.
Harris bowls again, and this is, I think there's going to be 4 more for Smith.
Yep.
It's off the edge this time. No, it's going to be tight. It doesn't reach the boundary.
But he's going to run the 4 anyway.
And he's got his 50 because they ran 3 there.
Ran 3 and he's got his 50.
He kept the ball down there well, but it did come off the edge, didn't it?
He did, yeah, and that is it. So he's got his 50. Hampshire on 295 for 5 at close of play on day 1 against Middlesex at the Ageas Bowl. So not quite on their 3rd batting bonus points.
Sorry, Ken?
So if we go through the scorecard for the end of the day, we've got Jimmy Adams made 61. Actually, the first man out was Liam Dawson. He went with the score on 85 for 1. Liam Dawson had scored 36. Adams was the second man out. He fell at 160 for 2, having scored 61. James Vince fell just after lunch, just before tea, I think, and the score 209 for 3. Vince had made 27. Carberry, who's the standout innings, I'd say, of the day, he fell at 235 for 4, having scored 67. And then Wheater was the last wicket to fall of the day. He fell in the 87th over with the score on 270 for 5. Wheater had made 7 by that point. So at the end of the day, it's 295 for 5, but with Will Smith on his 50-52 and Sean Irwin on 7. Quick run through of the bowling figures. Steve Finn bowled 23 overs, 1 for 59. Toby Rowland-Jones bowled 22 overs, 0 for 54. James Harris bowled 20 overs, 2 for 83. He's been expensive and bowled at an economy of 4.33. Neil Dexter, 16 overs, 1 for 31. Ollie Rayner, the spinner, 10 overs, 1 for 27. And finally, Franklin, who's bowled 4 overs, 0 for 16. So, so definitely Hampshire the happier at the end of the day, I would say there, John.
I think so, Simon. They're not quite as far ahead or have as many wickets in hand as they'd like to, but on balance, I think they're ahead. And we're now going to return you to the studio. We'll be back tomorrow for the start of play at 11 o'clock. Hope you can join us. So this is good night from the Ageas Bowl from John Townsend, Simon Vincent and the rest of the team.